prevail over Cameroon. Sooner than later. The earlier you rise up in your block, the better. God bless you all.
And we will give our life for a free Ambazonia. This country was born of the blood of people from different places. We are ready as well.
Yesterday we watched with horror. We watched with horror our sisters, our girls, our children in rock and mud. We watched in horror video of our sisters struggling, crying, mourning in the face of the army of occupation. We watch with horror in the land of our birth, the pride of our nation, the harbinger of our customs and our tradition, the mothers of our children. We watch in horror the pride of Ambazonia being robbed in mud, being humiliated. Fellow citizens of Ambazonia, if you ever doubted for one reason the reasons for which you fight, if you ever doubted for one moment if you should continue prosecuting this revolution, if you ever had doubt in your mind about the justness of our cause, the video we watched yesterday should remind you every day of your life, should remind you at every second, should remind you of the brutality, of the evil nature of the system that has been imposed in our land for more than 60 years. Fellow citizens, this is war. This is war. If you are not fighting, get out your diggers, get out your shovels, dig trenches, cut the roads into two, block them from entering our neighborhoods, use your cutlasses and bring down the trees. Bring Ambazonia to a standstill. This is war. We cannot, as a people, we cannot, as brave soldiers of this revolution, watch our vulnerable women, watch the pride of Ambazonia robbed into mud by the dark evil and dark faces of the colonial state. Rise up from every block, rise up from every neighborhood, exert pain on these people, fight them and chase them to the gates of hell. Fight them until you are able to conquer Ambazonia. We watch with horror the undignified way with which Cameroon has treated us for more than 50 years, captured in video. This is your time. This is your time, Amba warriors, to write your history. This is your time, soldiers of the revolution, to let Cameroon pay. This is your time to arrest them all, to bring them to me alive, for them to face the justice of Ambazonia. Rise up, cut the roads into two, dig trenches on every road to avoid reinforcement in areas you control. Block the streets with every material. Block the roads into your neighborhoods. Bring Ambazonia to a standstill. Make Ambazonia ungovernable, unpassable. Increase the cost of the occupation. The price for the occupier will be high. The price for its supporters, its enablers, its sponsors will be high.
Yeah, you only can take the van now.
Don't forget. It is tattooed in our brains and our minds forever. The humiliation and anguish of our people will never go away until Cameroon is brought to justice. All the perpetrators of injustice in Ambazonia are brought to book to face the anger of the Ambazonian people. We will prevail over Cameroon sooner than later. The earlier you rise up in your block, the better. God bless you all.
And we will give our life for a free Ambazonia. This country was built on the blood of people from different places. We are ready and so. Ambazonia. This country was built on the blood of people from different places. We are ready and so.
My fellow Ambazonians, this is Dr. Choayaba, fellow soldiers of the Ambazonian Revolution. Yesterday we watched with horror. We watched with horror our sisters, our girls, our children being robbed in mud. We watched in horror video of our sisters struggling, crying, mourning in the face of the army of occupation. We watch with horror in the land of our birth, the pride of our nation, the harbinger of our customs and our tradition, the mothers of our children. We watch in horror the pride of Ambazonia being robbed in mud, being humiliated. Fellow citizens of Ambazonia, if you ever doubted for one reason the reasons for which you fight, if you ever doubted for one moment if you should continue prosecuting this revolution, if you ever had doubt in your mind about the justness of our cause, the video we watched yesterday should remind you every day of your life, should remind you at every second, should remind you of the brutality, of the evil nature of the system that has been imposed in our land for more than 60 years. Fellow citizens, this is war. This is war. If you are not fighting, get out your diggers. Get out your shovels. Dig trenches. Cut the roads into two. Block them from entering our neighborhoods. Use your cutlasses and bring down the trees. Bring Ambazonia to a standstill. This is war. We cannot, as a people, we cannot, as brave soldiers of this revolution, watch our vulnerable women, watch the pride of Ambazonia rot into mud by the dark evil and dark faces of the colonial state. Rise up from every block. Rise up from every neighborhood. Exert pain on these people. Fight them and chase them to the gates of hell. Fight them until you are able to conquer Ambazonia. We watch with horror the undignified way with which Cameroon has treated us for more than 50 years, captured in video. This is your time. This is your time, Amba warriors, to write your history. This is your time, soldiers of the revolution, to let Cameroon pay. This is your time to arrest them all, to bring them to me alive, for them to face the justice of Ambazonia. Rise up, cut the roads into two. Dig trenches on every road to avoid reinforcement in areas you control. Block the streets with every material. Block the roads into your neighborhoods. Bring Ambazonia to a standstill. Make Ambazonia ungovernable, unpassable. Increase the cost of the occupation. The price for the occupier will be high. The price for its supporters, its enablers, its sponsors will be high. Ambazonia will never forget. It is tattooed in our brains and our minds forever. The humiliation and anguish of our people will never go away until Cameroon is brought to justice. All the perpetrators. My fellow Ambazonians, this is Dr. Chowayama. Yesterday, the National Security Council, the Ambazonian Governing Council, met in an enlarged session comprising of the executive of the AGOVC, the executive of the Defense Council, the policy chiefs, and the communication chiefs. We met to review the current trend of events as far as our war of independence is concerned. We took stock of the recent threats to our forces on the ground, the declarations made by Mr. Fako and his communications chief, Mr. Anu. We examined past events. For example, attempted killing of General RK of the British Southern Cameroon Restoration Forces, the kidnapping and disappearance of General Koraman, the conspiracy that led to the death of General Ivo. We took into account the incidents of Bui that led to the assassination of General Nginyam. We took into consideration the statement by Dr. Fako on the whereabouts of the 23 fighters of the Ambazonian Defense Forces and sister forces. We looked at their trend in terms of relationship with other movements, the impeachment of Seseko, the building of persistent conspiracies against Seseko. We took into consideration their declaration of war on the Ambazonian Defense Forces, the inspiring of tribalism from Lebialem, Bui, and Momo, We took into consideration the fact that the engineered civilian population to attack fighters. We also took into consideration the massive embezzlement of funds, public funds, collected to be directed to arm Ambazonians. We took into consideration other secret deals being done with the Swiss HD and the deep involvement of the Swiss HD in some of the activities that they are doing and how those activities have emboldened the rhetorics of Mr. Fako and Mr. Chris Anu. We also took into cognizance the fact that there are several people working under them who are dissatisfied with all of these things and have been working extremely very hard to see that our forces can work together. We took into consideration the fact that these two men are the greatest problem that their own group face, and that within that group there are reasonable people with whom we can still work to build cohesion on the ground and at the political level. And the National Security Council decided that the declaration of these people as infiltrators and spoilers is consistent with all of the actions that they have been doing. Fellow Amazonians, infiltrators are people planted in particular struggles to cause confusion, to cause in-house fighting for purposes that might be beneficial to them personally or beneficial to the opponent that we are fighting against. I want to remind every Ambazonian that I have been in this struggle for more than 30 years, and I have worked with infiltrators before. The first chairperson of the Southern Cameroon National Council, Barrister Ekontan Elat, after we had worked extremely very hard to mobilize our population, and we had reached the moment to enlarge the SCNC and transform it into the Constituent Assembly of Ambazonia to declare its independence in 1995. Cameroon used a pastor in Boya to infiltrate the movement,
everybody.
the trajectory of where we were headed to. Barrister Ekontan abandoned the ship and left the country for opposite head brain surgery. That is how the course was thwarted because of a leader who had acted like an infiltrator. It took us many more years. We of the Southern Cameroon's Youth League needed within the council a formidable leader who believed in the argument of force and the force of argument. And we met, myself, Dr. Kwanga was there, late Dr. Yombang, late Chief Ayamba, late Pa Fako. We met in Boya and decided we were going to nominate late Ambassador Epie to take over the leadership. Little did we know that as we were meeting, other politicians were meeting to nominate Ambassador Fossum. And when we met in Boya to get a new leader for the council, the politicians won the day and Ambassador Henry Fossum became the chairperson of the SCNC and took the SCNC, which was the council for Ambazonia then, in the same direction of passivity and wasted time. At the end of the day, he became the president or the leader or the chairperson of the Boya University Parents Faculty Association that increased fees in the university. At that same time, when I opposed that PFA, it was under Ambassador Fossum that I was dismissed from the University of Boya. Fossum could not take the struggle further. We, again, the sacrificial generation, we took the struggle in a different direction. Late Pa Foncha called for a meeting between us and the SCNC to to reconcile our differences and present a common program for our liberation. The SCYL went to that meeting with a blueprint for independence that clearly spelled out what we are supposed to do to free our people. The SCNC leadership came with nothing apart from the claim to power and the claim to the right to lead. We split from that meeting and moved our separate ways. We moved in to build the defenses, and that led to the arrest of Dr. Akwanga in March of 1997, the attack in Kumbo, Jakiri,
okay?
Ye, and other places.
Okay.
From then, I began to live underground as a fugitive with Comrade Mwana Benedict, who is now the chairperson of the Ambazonian Defense Council. I moved to Victoria, he moved to Mutengen, and we began on trying to rebuild the scattered forces. Myself and late Justice Ebon drove on a daily basis to Douala at the home of Dr. Yomba to hold meetings to see how we could revive the struggle, take it away from the hands of infiltrators and politicians. We moved from Dr. Yombang's house to the house of Fako in Bonaberi. We held meetings there for a couple of weeks before transferring the meeting to Mutengene in the chambers of Barrister Bruno. We rebuilt the structures and we created a revolutionary council and nominated Justice Ebong as the head, Dr. Yombang as the treasurer. From there, we started planning on how to take Radio Boya to declare independence at the dawn of the new millennium.
Let me see.
In June of 1998, myself and the defense chair we jumped onto a ship at the port of Douala that took us 30 days to escape the country.
Okay.
From Germany, we worked tirelessly
I want to
project Ambazonia, with demonstrations, meetings across Germany, across Europe. We rebelled institutions that had been scattered by people who thought they were entitled to power and who thought, you know, you could fight the Cameroon using the force of argument.
So I want to.
While in Germany, we were still working with the ground leadership. And another infiltrator
short videos that
came into the helm of the struggle. That is Ndoki Mukete. He was pushed as the new chairperson of the SNC. He traveled to Germany. We had a series of meetings. He went back and moved to become the chairperson for Fako, abandoned the struggle, sold out many ideas that we had worked on. Bringing you this history for you to understand why each time we identify infiltrators, each time we see the same signals and signs that we had seen before, we come across in a very strict manner to oppose them. Let me tell you something. If we fail in this revolution now, and we have to restart it 20 years again, many of you will oppose most of the things that you are accepting today, because you must have had the experience of living through them and experience of how they ended. It is this experience that informs sometimes the decisions we make. The experience of knowing politicians who infiltrate a struggle to hijack it for their own purpose. Experience of understanding when people do not understand what it will take to free a people. Experience of understanding when leaders do not understand what is at stake and what they need to do. These are the experiences that have guided actions that we have taken, that have informed our judgment. And in deciding yesterday to declare Sako and Chris Anu as infiltrators and spoilers, it is not only based on all of the things that they have done to derail our struggle, to cause infighting, to bring disrepute to our liberation struggle, to attack the integrity of others, to undermine others. Infiltrators do not coexist. Infiltrators want to govern and lead alone, so they can take every struggle in the direction they determine. So they can never be held accountable in terms of how they acquire and use funds. Those are typical characteristics of infiltrators. And they always like to be at the top, because it is from the top that they can derail. Remember, Agbobala navigated his way skillfully to the top to determine the direction. These are classical characteristics to our commanders. ADF camps are military zones. No one gets 1 kilometer close to an ADF camp. Not any sister force, not civilian. Any civilian population engineered to use itself as a weapon against our forces defending the flag and the anthem will be considered as a military force. And we will exercise, our forces will exercise the right to defend themselves. ADF forces on the ground must take every measure wherever they are to protect our population, to defend themselves, and take defensive and offensive action against any threat to their position that undermines them and consequently undermines the defense of our country. At the political level, we will pursue these guys, expose them, banish them from the body politics of our war of independence. In most countries, embezzlers of public funds that undermine the lives of people will be sentenced to death. And this is what these two men, Fako and Chris Anu, demerit. Ambazonians, revelations are coming out every day on their activities. You have not even heard or listened to half of what they have done to harm our revolution. If we were not well armed, La Republic would have defeated us. We were destroyed before by infiltrators because we couldn't defend ourselves. The only reason they have not succeeded now is because we were wise. From the beginning, we went to arm our people. It has been difficult for La Republic to defeat us because of those arms. It has been difficult for the infiltrators to defeat us because of those arms. And that's why you must commit to arming the people to defend the freedom, the independence declared and restored. Fellow Ambazonians, infiltration is as old as revolutions. Ours is not unique. It is not trying to undermine others. You have seen what has happened to our collective endeavors. You have seen how soldiers, generals have been kidnapped, they have been killed, they've been blackmailed, their sacrifices undermined for the sole interest of a few. The quest for money, the quest for their own individual survival. They have nothing to lose. They cannot tell you of any of their relations, their friends, or people they know who've lost their lives. If they had one, they would have respected our war of independence. It would have been personal. For them, it is some abstract struggle for independence. For us, it is about our existence. God bless Ambazonia. Our fellow Ambazonians
must be aware that
this is the
one
show
thing
I am.
that unite Cameroon.
Yesterday,
What unite
the
every
National
Cameroon
Security
is
Council,
the desire to
the
keep
Ambazonian
Ambazonia
Governing Council,
in servitude. What unites all the
met in
politicians,
an enlarged
Ambazonians must be aware that there is one thing that unites Cameroonians. What unites every Cameroonian is the desire to keep Ambazonia in servitude. What unites all the politicians of Cameroon is their ultimate desire to continue to exploit our resources without reciprocating in any form of development. What unites powers in France and their cohorts in Yaoundé is the same desire to keep the people of Ambazonia and the territory of Ambazonia under captivity. And so, 3 years into our war of independence, having vanquished the enemy in battle, having undermined their power of governance, having undermined their power of exploitation, we must know that any political changes in Cameroon will have far-reaching implications on our way forward. And I have not come here today simply to prescribe standing solutions, but to draw your attention to this basic fact. I know we like to politicize every situation, but the record stands clear. Whatever we have analyzed and presented to the Ambazonian people in the last 4 years have turned out to be true, whether it is our national liberation agenda, its short-term, medium, and long-term objective, they have all come to pass, whether it's our internationalization campaign and its objective, whether it was the targeted diplomatic campaign and its objective, and now whether it's the takeover campaign and its ultimate objective. So what I say here today will be central to the way we move forward in our war of independence. There are many scenarios, but I will not waste a lot of time here to analyze that scenario. As I have said, one thing that unites Cameroonians is that the desire to keep Ambazonia in servitude.
fellow Ambalanders, dear soldiers of our war of independence, fellow citizens of our great nation, this is Dr. Cho Ayaba. In the last days and months of our war of independence, many people will rise to speak in your name. Thousands of people who've never bled, sacrificed, or believed in your freedom will rise up to want to represent your interest. In the last days of our war of survival, there will be many fake groups created. There will be many messengers, both at home and in the diaspora. We had factored all of this in our strategic planning for your liberation. And I want to assure you that you should remain confident with a tunnel vision. Focus and don't blink. In the last days of your campaign to be free from tyranny and oppression, there will be chaos in the camp of the occupier. The international system will be scrambling for opportunities to save the status quo, maintain international peace and security against the vested interests of the Ambazonian people. We factored this in our strategic planning for your freedom. And so we are prepared both mentally, psychologically, and strategically to ward off any eventuality that by design, omission, or commission attempts to impede our drive for freedom. Fellow countrymen and women, during the Algerian War of Independence, at certain moments in their struggle for freedom, collaborators and enablers outnumbered those fighting for Algerian independence. There were more Hakis than FLN fighters. And even though France built more than 300-kilometer wall electrified at the border between Algeria and Tunisia to stop fighters from moving materials from Tunisia into Algeria, Algeria still became independent from France. During the East Timorian War of Independence, when Indonesia invaded East Timor in 1976, on the first day alone of this invasion, more than 500 East Timorese were killed. Towns and villages were burnt. Fighters retreated into mountain hideouts. Indonesia still deployed chemical weapons. Despite this brutality and collaboration of enablers and collaborators, East Timor still became independent. During the Zimbabwean War of Independence, Rhodesia, led by white, created a black regiment to fight against the forces of liberation. Even during that campaign, at certain moments, there were more than 50 to 100 defections from the ranks of the freedom fighters to join the white enslavers. Despite the arson, murder, manipulations, and intoxication, Zimbabwe still became independent. When Guinea-Bissau fought against Portugal for its freedom, the Portuguese recruited more than 7,000 Guinea-Bissaus and turned them against their own people. Freedom still reigned for the people of Guinea-Bissau.
Portuguese were humbled, defeated, and bundled out of East Timor, out of Guinea-Bissau. You must be reminded that when the Irish Republican Army fought against British interests, the driver of the leader of the IRA was a British spy. The leader still lived. Despite the amount of spies, enablers, and collaborators, they still succeeded. Fellow Ambazonians, during our struggle for freedom in the past 58 years, millions of Ambazonians never believed for one moment that Ambazonia was once an independent state. Millions of Ambazonians believed in Cameroon. They felt Cameroonian. They worshipped the flag, sang its anthem. It took a few months for the truth to reign supreme. It took a few months for our identity as a free and sovereign state to be restored, for millions of our people to believe in us, to believe in Ambazonia, to feel Ambazonia, to respect their flag, to sing their anthem, and to rise up from all the blocks and neighborhoods across the homeland with their bare hands to challenge and entrench the system of suppression that has bled our communities, that has murdered our patriots. This bravery is a reflection in the belief of Ambazonia, in the belief of our homeland, in the belief of the ideals of freedom for the Ambazonian people. You must know that occupation is predicated on political governance and economic extortion, and the occupier will go at great length to continue to benefit from the daylight robbery of our system. It will use our own people to project a sense of legitimacy over our homeland. It will recruit from amongst us, our own citizens, to sit in its parliament to legitimize instruments and laws of oppression that continuously curtail the Ambazonian people or their rights to be free. It will recruit from amongst us spokesmen and spokeswomen to continue the manipulation and intoxication. It will recruit from the international system lobbies and states to continue to manipulate the international system. It will continue its last fight of survival because it wants to still continue to benefit in our homeland against the interest of our own people. Our strategy for liberation and emancipation had factored all of these eventualities, and we had taken steps to make sure we can expose that we from the onset could give a name to these collaborators, identify them, and make the articulations and collaboration redundant in the face of the overwhelming belief by our people that the time has come for Ambazonia to be free. My dear people, to rid yourself from a colonial system that had enjoyed supremacy over you,
that had enjoyed extortion and exploitation of their resources to develop its own system wasn't going to be a walk in the park. We factored this in our strategy. And that is why our initial phase of resistance was meant to degrade Cameroon's ability to fight within our own country, to undermine its political governance within our own system, to challenge the invincibility and arrogance of its colonial agents within our own country and give back pride, respect, and dignity to the Ambazonian people. We got all of this factored in our overall strategy for political freedom and post-independence governance and stability. So do not blink in the face of the last ditch effort of the colonial system to sustain itself. Do not turn grasshoppers and doves into eagles. They are useless collaborators who will go down in our history like the Ekemas. We will rob them of the opportunity to have a gravestone in the land of the brave warriors. We will dig their graves and roast their bodies and spill their ashes into the Atlantic Ocean. We will wipe their memories in the history of our great country. All those enablers and collaborators who continue to dine and speak for the regime, be rest assured that this generation will haunt you to the gates of hell and bring shame to bear on your name and your family. We will not blink. We will not be moved. We will not be blackmailed. We, this generation, will write the last chapter of our history as the brave patriot volunteers, the men and women who battled in the trenches of our homeland against an ill-fated colonial system whose time of existence and suppression has come. My fellow countrymen and women, in the coming days, a couple of leaders will meet to bring sanity in the diplomatic front. We will be presenting to the Ambazonian people our diplomatic strategy and a well-refined plan that will bring back confidence in the diplomatic front and suppress the chaos of amateurs who blink in the face of manipulation by the international system. We've suffered manipulation for more than 57 years, with people and institutions that claim to speak and bat for us had an agenda that was not for Ambazonia. We blinked first, my people, and any time we blinked, we lost the battle. We will not blink. We've learned our history. We are now educated to understand the workings of the international system. We are now historians, sociologists. We are now professors of law. We understand the machinations of the international system. And we will play ball. We'll play the kind of ball we're playing in the different blocks of our homeland. And be rest assured that we're working day and night to make sure we take back control, that we take over our homeland. October 1 was a watershed moment in the history of our country. It gave hope to all those locked up in the dungeons of Cameroon. The homeland was real, that Ambazonia was truly real, giving hope to millions of us scattered across the globe without a country to be proud of. It's giving us hope. Sooner than later, we'll be able to fly in amber air touch down at the Manfei airstrip or the Bafut airport, or the Tico airport, and drive through our highways to our families. It's giving hope to the thousands of parents, brothers and sisters living in no man's land as IDPs. That homeland was and is real. It's giving hope to the families that continue to mourn the passing of their loved ones, that their memories will forever be remembered. Fellow Ambazonians, we fought to be free, and freedom we shall have. God bless you all.
What you must understand that our daily battles are not defined by what is happening in Cameroon on a daily basis. Our daily battles are defined by the national liberation strategy that was put in place based on an understanding of the political objective of our revolution, understanding of the stakeholders both at the domestic and the international level. Our fighters have become more sophisticated, more daring, and control more territory, and they are inflicting heavy casualties on the enemy. It's not simply about fighting Cameroon soldiers. Cameroon soldiers are at the forefront in the implementation of the policy of occupation by Cameroon, a policy that has been prosecuted in the last 58 years with utmost brutality. Do not forget and be reminded, the SGOs, the DOs are governors, are commanders of the gendarmerie, those who are given the authority to implement the plans of Cameroon. Let me make it absolutely clear to the colonial governor, Lady Lafrique, Abila of Boy, including Mr. Atanganji, we have sentenced you all to death, and we are inching closer. You will not spend one day in jail, like thousands of our people whom you captured and put behind bars, treated with contempt and disdain for simply being a Ambazonia. We will take you out of poverty. A few days ago, Mr. Lily Lafrique shook in the grandstand. We were close. You will not have the luck next time to tell the story. That story will be told by us. How you left our territory, and how you ended your reign of terror in our land. What you must understand that our daily battles are not defined by what is happening in Cameroon on a daily basis. Our daily battles are defined by the national liberation strategy that was put in place based on an understanding of the political objective of our revolution, understanding of the stakeholders both at the domestic the international level. Our fighters have become more sophisticated, more daring, they control more territory, and they are inflicting heavy casualties on the enemy. It's not simply about fighting Cameroon soldiers. Cameroon soldiers are at the forefront in the implementation of the policy of occupation by Cameroon, a policy that has been prosecuted in the last 58 years with utmost brutality. Do not forget and be reminded, the SDOs, the DOs are governors, are commanders of the gendarmerie. Those who are given the authority to implement the plans of Cameroon. Let me make it absolutely clear to the colonial governor, Lele Lafrite, and Bila of Boya, including Mr. Atanganji. We have sentenced you all to death, and we are inching closer. You will not spend one day in jail, like thousands of our people whom you captured and put behind bars, treated with contempt and disdain for simply being a Ambazonia. We will take you out of poverty. A few days ago, Lele Lafrite shook in the grandstand. We were close. You will not have the luck next time to tell a story. That story will be told by us. How you left our territory and how ended the reign of terror in our land.
And we will give our life for a free Ambazonia. This country was born on the blood of people from different places. We are ready and strong.
My fellow Ambazonians, this is Dr. Joe Ayaba, fellow soldiers of the Ambazonian Revolution. Yesterday we watched with horror. We watched with horror our sisters, our girls, our children being robbed in mud. We watched in horror video of our sisters struggling, crying, mourning in the face of the army of occupation. We watch with horror in the land of our birth, the pride of our nation, the harbinger of our customs and our tradition, the mothers of our children. We watch in horror the pride of Ambazonia being robbed in mud, being humiliated. Fellow citizens of Ambazonia, if you ever doubted for one reason the reasons for which you fight, if you ever doubted for one moment if you should continue prosecuting this revolution, if you ever had doubt in your mind about the justness of our cause, the video we watched yesterday should remind you every day of your life, should remind you every second should remind you of the brutality, of the evil nature of the system that has been imposed in our land for more than 60 years. Fellow citizens, this is war. This is war. If you are not fighting, get out your diggers. Get out your shovels. Dig trenches. Cut the roads into two. Block them from entering our neighborhoods. Use your cutlasses and bring down the trees. Bring Ambazonia to a standstill. This is war. We cannot, as a people, we cannot, as brave soldiers of this revolution, watch our vulnerable women, watch the pride of Ambazonia rub into mud by the dark evil and dark faces of the colonial state. Rise up from every block. Rise up from every neighborhood. Exert pain on these people. Fight them and chase them to the gates of hell. Fight them until you are able to conquer Ambazonia. We watch with horror the undignified way with which Cameroon has treated us for more than 50 years, captured in video. This is your time. This is your time, Amber warriors, to write your history. This is your time, soldiers of the revolution, to let Cameroon pay. This is your time to arrest them all, to bring them to me alive, for them to face the justice of Ambazonia. Rise up, cut the roads into two. Dig trenches on every road to avoid reinforcement in areas you control. Block the streets with every material. Block the roads into your neighborhoods. Bring Ambazonia to a standstill. Make Ambazonia ungovernable, unpassable. Increase the cost of the occupation. The price for the occupier will be high. The price for its supporters, its enablers, its sponsors will be high. Ambazonia will never forget. It is tattooed in our brains and our minds forever. The humiliation and anguish of our people will never go away until Cameroon is brought to justice. All the perpetrators of injustice in Ambazonia are brought to book to face the anger of the Ambazonian people. We will prevail over Cameroon sooner than later. The earlier you rise up in your block, the better. God bless you all.
That we will give our life for a free Ambazonia. This country was born of the blood of people from different races. We are ready as soldiers.
fellow Ambazonians, this is Dr. Choayama. Yesterday, the National Security Council, the Ambazonian Governing Council, met in an enlarged session comprising of the executive of the AGOC, the executive of the Defense Council, the policy chiefs, and the communication chiefs. We met to review the current trend of events as far as our war of independence is concerned. We took stock of the recent threats to our forces on the ground, the declarations made by Mr. Fako and his communications chief, Mr. Anu. We examined past events. For example, attempted killing of General RK of the British Southern Cameroon Restoration Forces, the kidnapping and disappearance of General Koraman, the conspiracy that led to the death of General Ivo. We took into account the incidents of Bui that led to the assassination of General Nginyam. We took into consideration the statement by Dr. Fako on the whereabouts of the 23 fighters of the Ambazonian Defense Forces and sister forces. We looked at their trend in terms of relationship with other movements, the impeachment of Seseko, the building of persistent conspiracies against Seseko. We took into consideration their declaration of war on the Ambazonian Defense Forces, the inspiring of tribalism from Lebialem, Bui, and Momo. We took into consideration
Fellow Ambazonians, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Abu Free, and we are going to go ahead and start the meeting. We are a little bit late, but we're hoping that everybody, or most people join. So we have a good number to go ahead and start. So thank you all for joining us today. We do appreciate you all, taking off your busy schedule to join us for another town hall meeting today. So thank you, thank you, thank you. But before we start, I wanted to, if Walk is there, woman of God, if you're there, please go ahead and start us with a word of prayer. Woman of God, are you there? All right, I guess she's not there. NSA, are you there? Can you please lead us in a word of prayer? NSA, are you there? All right.
They may
Comrade.
be able to unmute themselves. Check if they can unmute.
NSA, can you unmute yourself? You are. That's fine. Let me go ahead and unmute her. NSA, are you there? Okay, I am going to call on the OGC. If you're there, please unmute yourself and lead us in a word of prayer. OGC, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, please, if you don't mind, lead us in a word of prayer.
All right. Here we go. We pray by inviting God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Merciful Father, we praise and thank you for bringing us from north, west, east, and south together to deliberate on the future of our nation. Father, we know that we cannot do it on our own. We know that we are not even worthy to come in front of you. We know that we cannot give you the kind of praise that you deserve. But Father, your word strongly promise us that you are inviting us to the throne of grace where we can obtain mercy. As we gather here today, Father, we pray that you send down your Holy Spirit to take control of everything that we are about to do here today. We pray, Father, for all our brothers and sisters that are not yet in here, and that you touch them in a special way so that they can join. Father, we also pray that we are here today to learn about our way forward and to contribute toward our liberation. Father, we pray that you replenish every pocket that opened today to say we can do it. Father, we pray that you touch our brothers and sisters that are in bushes, some that are in prison, some are dying. Father, there is no way that we can do it without you. We are completely empty. But Father, there is never a way that you have ever used something that is full. You always take something that is empty so that you can bring glory to your name. We pray for all our leaders that when they go out there, you go with them and lead them in whatever we do. May the blood of Jesus cover all the valiant soldiers that are putting their lives on the line. Father, can you cover them with your precious blood? We know that your blood that was trumped on the street of Calvary all the way to Golgotha where you were nailed on the cross, that blood did not go for nothing. Father, it is in your name that we are here, and we know that with you everything is possible. You say, ask and it shall be given. And Father, we are asking and we assume that you have already given. So we say, thank you, Lord, for all that you will do today. Even the sick will be able today to say, I am well because of what you will do. In Jesus' mighty name, we have prayed with thanksgiving. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, OGC. SG, do you want to take over or?
Yeah, I'm right there.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Yes. I want to welcome every Ambazonian in this town hall meeting, and I want to appreciate the relentless efforts each and every one of us is putting in to make sure that we arrive home within the time we gave ourselves. Today is another day we've taken an appointment with the leadership of the Ambazonia Governing Council, in which we are going to field questions and we'll listen to expert knowledge on the international scene, how our war of liberation is going. We will also listen to our defense strategists on what they have done so far and where we stand in terms of defending our territory. We will pursue the meeting with fundraising for our very important states, which we know we started last time and we did not complete the business. So we will be going back again to revisit Manyu and Fako, which are the great states that need our support and need our funding as far as our liberation is concerned. So we'll be listening to the coordinators of these states, who will be fielding us with a lot of information and also answering any pertinent questions that we would like to pose to them. But before we arrive, briefings on the diplomatic field and defense, we will listen first to the president of the Ambazonia Governing Council, the leader of the Liberation Movement, Dr. Cho Lucas Ayaba, who will be giving us a long talk on the state of our liberation. And I want to call upon each and every one, if you don't yet have everybody in here, let them come in and listen to the right words that we need at this particular moment, because we are at a juncture where we need each and every Ambazonia to get the message and be able to carry it out there and tell anyone who is trying to derail our course that we are on the right foot and we are moving forward and we will only blink when we have arrived home and we have control over our territory. Fellow Ambazonians, thank you once more for coming in, and we expect that we will be having a very fruitful discussion and fundraising for Manyu and Fako, and including Alabukam in Mezam state. Fellow Ambazonians, I will not take a lot of time. I will first of all introduce the President of the Ambazonia Governing Council, Dr. Lucas Cho Ayaba, who will take over from there, and he will be introducing those who will be talking to us, especially our Secretary for International Recognition and Peace, who will be bringing us briefings in terms of where we stand in the international sphere. I want to welcome each and everyone on board and thank you for joining us. Mr. President, I will hand over the floor to you for you to begin talking to the people of Ambazonia.
Chief, 1 minute, please. Before the president comes in, can we please we need to sing the national anthem. I don't know if the IT people are ready with that.
I think the Deputy Communication Secretary, I don't know if he's ready with the anthem.
Okay, I'll bring it on in a second.
Okay. While we wait for the DEPCOM to come in with the anthem, and then we pursue from there, I will continue to enjoin each and every one to invite more of our Ambazonian brothers and sisters and friends to join in and listen to the words that will inspire us to continue to commit in terms of our liberation struggle. We are on the right footing and we know we are going to get to where we want to get to. It requires everyone to be on board, and we appreciate your being here and continue to show your support for our soldiers on the field and every effort that we do. Please, DEPCOM, if you are ready, can you come in with the anthem, please?
Yes, sir.
This land of glory, we the Ambazonia, special loyalty. Presence to our Savior, who granted us the freedom, and led us to the hero, who found the Lord in Yano. Glory to glory, we rise and never to fall. Carrying a nation, flowing with us the glory. Glory, glory, glory to the Father for making you a nation, a joy forevermore. Ambazonia, land of freedom, you shall live in plenty in our need. And your children shall be like the stars above. The Most High God be the watchman of this nation. Ambazonia, land of freedom, you shall live in plenty in our need. And your children shall be like the stars above. The Most High God be the watchman of this nation.
Thank you very much, DEPCOM, for tuning in with the national anthem. We will pursue the agenda by, first of all, observing a minute of silence in honor of our fallen heroes who have gone before us, who will continue to fight for us. Please, a minute of silence. Amen, and thank you. Like I said before, we will first of all listen to a statement from the President of the Ambazonia Governing Council, Dr. Lucas Cho Ayaba, who will be giving us the state of the liberation as we stand today. And after he would have finished with his statement, he will be bringing in the Secretary for International Recognition and Peace, who will brief us on the state of our liberation as far as diplomacy is concerned in the international scene. And then we'll also listen to a statement from the OGC, who will also usher in the two coordinators for Manyu and Fako, who will be briefing us on the situation on the ground and what we need so far. And then we'll move on to the fundraiser, from which we'll get a statement first from the finance department, and then from there we'll move on to questions and answers. And we will have the Vice President of the Ambazonia Governing Council and the Secretary for International Recognition and Peace and the leadership of the defense to answer most of the questions that have to do with diplomacy, defense, and other issues relating to our war of independence. So without much ado, I would like to pass.
SG?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry that I'm going to cut you again.
Yes.
We have 3 memorial videos that we have to play before the CIC comes in. So if I know the IT is ready with that already, so if they can go ahead and do that, that would be great.
I don't know if we. I would like the president to give his opening statement, okay, and the videos can come after the statement from the Secretary for International Recognition would have spoken. Then we can move on to the videos and then we'll go to defense. I don't know if that order is not preferable before the president speaks, but maybe the president would prefer that the videos have a message that has to do with what he's going to say. I don't know. I would prefer the videos to come on later.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, let's go ahead and have CIC come in then, and maybe
yes,
can go from there.
Okay. Thanks very much. And Mr. President, you have the floor. If you are ready, you can go ahead. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Thank you to all Ambazonians who are here this evening, wherever you may be. Thanks a lot for your time. I am always indebted in gratitude to have the unique opportunity to address you on the state of our war of liberation. First, I want to recognize the presence of the Vice President of the AEC, the Secretary of State, and National Security Advisor of our ground commanders, Secretary Generals. You have international recognition, Secretary, the National Council Chair, Chairman of the Council of Missions, the Finance Department Secretary, Deputy Secretaries, and everyone who has worked extremely very hard. Special thanks to my Press Secretary, Mr. Asu Lucas, for the tremendous job that you have been doing. Before coming in here, I just finished an interview with Deutsche Welle on our War of Independence last week. You must have watched. I did another interview with the biggest and most prominent Norwegian newspaper. I think this is the first time in the history of our War of Liberation that Ambazonia is on the front page of a major newspaper. I also finished another interview with Radio France International Magazine. I think we are gaining traction in terms of our focus, in terms of direction. And it is all due to your steadfastness and your refusal to blink in the face of international manipulation and deception from Yaoundé. I will not be doing a speech today. I will do what I call a presentation. Before I came into this meeting, I got a report that our soldiers in Bambui were engaged with Cameroon. Cameroon, went through one of our blockades, and we confronted them. One Cameroon soldier was wounded, one was killed, I know before coming in here, the battle was still going on in the great state of Fako. I also know that the military of occupation breached our defenses. We got a wounded soldier, but all of our forces are doing fine. Their defenses are very strong. In the great state of Momo, a couple of days ago, we all are aware that the crisis in Kugwe, which has been the headquarters of the Ambazonian Defense Forces, had raged on for a while. And our forces have laid siege on the village of Kugwe, so you could simply not go in and come out. And we had worked a lot behind the scene with our citizens from Kugwe in the diaspora and on the ground with our forces to find a compromise solution to the crisis. I am glad to report to you a few days ago, the blockade laid by the Amazonian Defense Forces was opened. There was a huge meeting that was attended by all the villagers, the chiefs, and the free zone of Kugwe is now in peace, working together with the villages of Ange and Ely to make sure that the free zone of Mogamo, the governing authority of the free zone of Mogamo, is solidly under a joint administration of our defense forces and our traditional leadership. So we will continuously work with our communities, we will work with our forces. As we have instructed, our forces have to respect our community leaders. Ambazonia will be the bottom-up approach in terms of governance, and our traditional authorities will play in the act of governance. In Mezam, we know that security forces were moving across one of our strongholds for an assault within the state of Momo, and we confronted their armored personnel carriers. I also know that in different areas in Bui, our soldiers welcome General Hassan and others welcome our community leaders. They visited with them, showed solidarity, thanked them for their work. General Ebube and General Kapo and the others, they are all doing great, and they are working together to make sure that the defense of the homeland is quite fine. I think in the state of Ndonga, there is also progress in some of the things that we are doing. Fako and Manyu remain a concern. And Amazonians, I say these things mildly, but I always wonder we take it seriously. Fako and Manyu remain a concern. But I can say, based on what we know, our strength in Fako is on the ascendancy. So we're becoming stronger. I've reviewed a video of where our forces had provided face masks, they have provided food, provided other kinds of toiletries for our mothers, our fathers, and I think the relationship that provided food and the community is going quite well. We have to take care of the axis of Boya, Mutengene, and Victoria, especially Victoria. We have a lot to do within those areas. I think, as announced by the Secretary General, the coordinator of that great state will be presenting some reports. During the last fundraiser, you did well. I think you contributed close to $12,000 for Fako and Manyu, and we are indebted in gratitude. The funds you always commit will be translated into more arms and ammunition, and to ensure that we can do well. I have invited the Secretary of State, who is in charge of our diplomacy, here to add his voice on what is going on in Manyu. Manyu is central. Manyu is a border town. The denizens of Manyu have a very strong relationship with the denizens of Cross River State. And Manyu is also very symbolic for high level of enablers and confusionists and infiltrators. It's a flamboyant state. Manyu people are proud people. I think that the regime has exploited their cosmopolitan nature in our war of independence. Manyu played an important role in the training, equipment, of our forces and some of the daring actions that were undertaken at the initial phase of our liberation struggle were conducted in Manyu. There has been a lot of setbacks because of wranglings, because of positioning, empty bullying talks on the social media without concrete action. And we have now been able to start the reorganization of Manyu. The secretary of SG of the ATF, who is from Ejagam. The Secretary of State is from the Ejagam area. You have my press secretary also from the Manyu, have been working, have been well briefed on progress, the difficulties, and what is required. And today, the Secretary of State is going to add his voice to the call for more and reinforcement in Manyu. It's situated in a trajectory that cuts across right down to Yalem, cuts right down to Borno, and cuts across the border to Nigeria. So we have to make sure we inject a lot of funds into that area. As I also said, the Chief of Staff is here, who is coordinating both Meme and Fako, but today is going to be focused on Fako. We wanted to set up this conference call to see how we reinforce and take over Bamenda. Bamenda, we can take it over, but the forces there and the coordinator, I think she may be here. They advise that, no, they are strong enough. I know that Mezam sent some bullets down to Fako and sent bullets to Manyu, sent bullets to Momo and other places, Ndonga and Boyo and other places. So Mezam is quite stable. They send their best wishes. The coordinator should be here to send that message. And as I have been briefed, I hear they are preparing. If need be, they would send reinforcement of forces to make sure that we can ask them where them they chase them to the gates of hell. So I cannot say all, but I can tell you that what I have reviewed in the past week is phenomenal. If they will put it in a video, you will be proud to be an Ambazonian. You will be proud of the work that, all the coordinators, the supreme coordinators, the defense chiefs, all what they are doing is phenomenal. To be able to keep thousands of men and women in the bushes for 3.5 years unpaid, still disciplined, still fighting, not complaining, from the inside, is a phenomenal that historians will write not only with a ball pen, but with especially made pen name and Ambazonia. What I review on a daily basis takes my breath away. How could we have structured defense in such a formidable manner? And I think if you did not allow yourself to be politicized, we would have swept Boya. We should probably have been on our way across the Bonaberry Bridge, chasing these guys. But what you have on the ground is powerful. That these generals, these commanders, have been fighting from the inside, and they are still around to write their own story, is historic. It's historic, my people. If you study liberation wars, there is always a border incursion. There is always a state beyond your own shores that supports you, that trains you. These guys were trained by brave warriors who defected, brave warriors who have still not given up. They are still fighting La République du Cameroon. They are still going around. They have a network of intelligence that surpasses the CIA. They have a sophisticated network of intelligence. The other day, I heard some of you were in a meeting listening to John Frondi. I bet you I regret why he left our camp. I regret it. The next time he's taken into custody, he will be there until independence. I'm talking about a man for whom we pray. I spent 1 month around that man's house, guarding him to make sure he was not taken to Yaoundé. I spent nights on the streets. at Nsamunkom, around Tarinkom, we fell the first stick to block the road. A very arrogant, disrespectful, unrepentant person. It's a man we fought for, bled for. He lacked the humility and strategy to translate the massive support in terms of finances and in terms of daredevils ready to die into victory. He won an election he could not defend. Few years down the line, the opposition leader in Mauritania won an election that was stolen. He cut the country into two, set up his own presidency in one half. That's bravery. It's a man that we suffered for. We didn't go to school. Economies were broken. There were civil disobedience. We didn't pay taxes. We didn't pay lights for 9 months. We answered his call. The same generation that he ordered on the street, the same people who lost their limbs and their arms have risen up today to continue the battle that, some of them fought. He hasn't got the humility to answer our own call. We cannot rewrite history. So we cannot take away from John Frundi the sacrifices he made. Some of us stand on his shoulder. His strength, his determination gave us courage too. But that was not enough. He wasted the opportunity, the mobilization, the political capital, because he didn't want to go through suffering. He lacked the acuteness, the political strategy to transform agitation into victory. And so when I learned about his arrogance, I regret the day he left our brigade. The next time he gets there, I will turn his residence in Tarinkon into a Tarinkon brigade headquarters. We will take no prisoner as far as our liberation is concerned. Anyone who sits there and is still doubting that the days of Cameroon in Ambazonia are numbered is living in wonderland. And all of those still flirting and enabling Cameroon's impunity in our homeland, we will act like all liberation struggles have acted. We will have no mercy. So my people, don't blink. Don't take their apology stance for granted. We have been too lenient. Agbobala is meeting with other enablers from Switzerland. All of them are playing ping pong on a daily basis. Our forces are wounded. Our mothers are digging graves. Our people are suffering. They will stay in jail forever or be hung in public. Let them know this. We have suffered. We have suffered for 132 years under the Germans, the British, now Cameroon. We have suffered. This generation is scattered across the globe, looking for a home, a place where they will be respected. They have turned our war of liberation into, it's either independence or, you live with Cameroon. No. They have made a mistake. We are not simply fighting for independence. No. We are fighting for the right to have an educational system that makes us an asset. We are fighting for the right to proper health care, where a woman doesn't die each minute in childbirth. We are fighting for the right to vote, and our vote should count. We are fighting to build an economic system that is self-sustaining, that provides us with an opportunity. We are fighting for the freedom of speech, the freedom of assembly, freedom of conscience, freedom of thought. We are fighting for the right to privacy, the right to family, the right of dignity to be respected in the country of our birth. We are fighting to have a nationality that we'll be proud of. For I and you, independence is just the political framework within which all of these things that we are really fighting for can take root. We aren't just simply fighting for independence. No, we are fighting for tangible things. Independence is only because it is only within our own political structures, our own economic system, within a political framework that we put in place, that the real things that we're fighting and dying for can take root. And if they don't recognize that, in the face of an economic situation where our people can work, where our people can go to school and learn in English, we can have a proper university that transform our students into assets to our economy. We can drive on good roads because of the plunder of the system. We have a deep sea port we can use. We have an airport we can fly into. All of these things don't matter to them. Industries that we had before were all destroyed and either relocated or its finances looted. These things don't matter to the Agbobalas, the John Frundi. Your right to your homeland doesn't matter. If you ever doubted what you are fighting for, I want you to look at the micro, not the macro. The macro is independence, but that's vain. The micro are the real things. To be able to drive on a good road, have an airport that you fly in and respect it, a passport that you are proud to hold, a football national team that makes you happy. To be a citizen of a country you really love and that loves you. If you are stranded in Thailand, the government is able to fly a plane there and take care of you. The monies that is made in the country is used to make sure it provides opportunities for the young, take care of the old and the sick. That would build schools and hospitals, not prisons and courts where you are simply tried and sentenced to be locked up in perpetuity. Those are the real things we're fighting and dying for. The things we enjoy out here and we really wish, God damn it, I wish this was somewhere in Tarenkon, or I wish this was in Bongo Square. They've missed the point. They think it's independence. No, it's dignity, it's freedom, the right to a nationality, to be respected, to feel proud of a homeland you call yours. They want to manipulate you. They think you are still gullible. They think you will blink. They think you will falter. Because that's what has happened in the past 56 years. Leaders didn't have the guts enough to take it to the logical end. They didn't tell our people the truth that you need arms to be able to defend yourself against the utter brutality of a despicable enemy. They didn't tell you you don't just walk into negotiation without preparedness, without understanding that due process matters in outcomes. They didn't tell you have to study the art well and don't take yes for an answer against a system for which brutality has been its only currency. If you die today and there is real life after death, you will look back of the stance you made and you'll be proud of yourself. For all those who've gone before us, like the one chained on the bed in the prison of the occupier, dying in pain for a homeland, is that what you want to give up? To return back, walking through the bodies of those who died before under the status quo of Cameroon, to worship the green, red, yellow, sing the O Cameroon Thou, be tormented and tortured by the gendarmes, pay bribes before you enter into their systems? Is that what you really want to give up freedom in a country you bled and stood for? My people, we don't just fight. We have a track record to show. What was before they came in? It was beautiful. What they took away from us, we have it tangible to show. Our political institutions, where vote mattered, where the sitting prime minister to give up power to an opposition leader who defeated him in an election, where your vote in a municipal election mattered. As we move forward, our position will be more radical because the conspiracy against us are glaring. Our position will become more uncompromising. Every Ambazonian must be armed. My people, we know what we are talking about. It's not about us. Forget about me. I'm simply an instrument to an outcome which is collective. By the time I will be gone, the amber flag will still be flying. By the time you will be gone, that flag will still be there. My Secretary for International Recognition and Peace will be able to tell you why T-Bone Nagy has been angry. My people, take pride in what you've achieved. To get the Undersecretary to speak about your case, Parliament discuss it, Senate debate it. It's a miraculous achievement. Nobody should rob you of that victory. He will be able to talk to you where we are in international diplomacy. As I said before, they will come to you. The Afton Posten, I had an interview before the last one with a Norwegian newspaper. After that interview, Cameroon government, Cameroonians wrote protest letters to the newspaper and to the Norwegian government. That is what generated the second interview. They brought the letters during the interview. I didn't invite them, they came to me. Before I stepped into this meeting, my press secretary talked about Deutsche Welle. They came to us. Radio France came to us. We were not going again and sending letters, begging to be interviewed. They are not coming to us because they love us, they want us to be free. It's because the daring of our brave men and women on the ground have given us respect. Your sacrifices, your refusal to blink in the face of genocide has won you their admiration. That is how diplomats are coming. They will come to us. Amba is our land, it's not theirs. We are not fighting in Cameroon to take it over. We are fighting to defend an independence that was there and restored. We are fighting to defend a lifestyle that was admirable. Don't blink. You have in me a leader that will not blink for 1 second. My blood and my life does not matter until Amba is free. There will be no shaking as far as Cameroon is concerned. We don't owe these people any child support. Everywhere you are, make it a battlefield against Cameroon. Its ideology, its politics. Ambazonians in Yaoundé, in Douala, in Bafoussam, turn that place into a battlefield. Wherever you reside, it should be a battlefield. Hold your flag, sing your anthem, be proud to be an Amba, generate enthusiasm, commit like you've never committed before. Because all of these things matter today. The sun has risen over your country. It is yours to keep or to lose. But I trust in you. God bless you all. God bless Ambazonia.
Thank you so much. As you go ahead.
No, I think it's your turn to continue with the coordination. So I just wanted to thank the president and hand over the baton to you so you can pursue with the agenda for the meeting. So the floor is yours.
All right, thank you so much, SG. And again, thank you everybody for joining us today. We know you all are taking time out of your busy schedule to join us. So we really want to thank you and appreciate your presence. So we are going to go ahead and ask the IREP if he's around. IREP, if you're around, please, you're welcome on board and go ahead. Is the IREP around? Let me see if I can unmute you. IREP. All righty.
Thank you very much. I was trying to unmute myself there for a while. Thank you, Mr. President. Not to take so much of your time, all protocol respected, the President has set the tone. He has spoken already for a while. I will try to be brief and straight to the point on a couple of things that are going on within the international system. The first point I want to stress is there is nothing in the international system happening that is accidental. Everything is the product of three main issues. One, the strength of the defense on the ground. Two, the interests of Cameroon and the international actors. And three, what we are doing on our own part within the international system. Diplomacy itself is predicated on force. Nobody in this world buys misery. Nobody buys misery. Every actor acts for their interests. There are no permanent friends. There is only changing interests. And as days and months and years go by, each nation and each people evaluate their interests in every particular conflict, in every scenario, and they change their positions with respect to what they can get out of what is going on. That is a reality we must face. It is because of this game of interests that diplomacy is often slow, but it eventually becomes the bed on which all conflicts are resolved. As defenders on the ground is strengthened, Cameroon loses its ability to assert absolute control. The international community is asking itself the question, what happens to this region? What is our interest in this region? And how does the downfall of Cameroon affect our interest in this particular region? They're making various policy analysis, and they're asking themselves the question, is stability with Ambazonia an answer that can protect their own interests? It is not about Ambazonia. It is not first and foremost about the death of Mamiapi or the death of any baby Matar in Moyoka or the massacre of 23 young children in Gabu. That's not what it's about. It's about their own interests. And as things line up, they will begin to speak different languages. This is why in the last months, we have focused on one thing. Many other things have been happening, but one thing has been our focus. If you read statements in the international community, especially from Europe, not so much from America, they've often been about the recognition of the sovereignty of Cameroon. We recognize the territorial integrity and the sovereignty of Cameroon. Of course, even Ambazonians recognize the territorial integrity of Cameroon. Of course, even Ambazonians recognize the sovereignty of Cameroon, the sovereignty that ends east of the Mongo, east of the Matazan. The question we are now posing to the international community is simple. Do you recognize the right of the people of Ambazonia to self-determination? A right that is ratified, that many of you have ratified. You have implicitly recognized the day that as a nation, you all ratified the various international conventions on political rights, on human rights. Can you today assert very clearly whether you recognize the right of the people of Ambazonia to self-determination? That has put many of them in a tough spot, and they are dealing with that question. So when you hear some of the questions and statements that are now coming up, they are not accidental. They are precisely because of the pressure that we are putting behind the scene. The statement by Thibault Nagy, the US Assistant Secretary of State Thibault Nagy, on calling on Cameroon to recognize the fact that there can be no progress anywhere as far as this conflict is concerned without recognizing the fundamental aspiration of the Ambazonian people that is at the root of this conflict. That statement in itself is not accidental. To understand it, we must ask ourselves the question, within what context was that statement made? First and foremost, it was in a Foreign Affairs Committee meeting, the US Congress, that was intended to focus on the response of African countries to the COVID-19 pandemic within the context of the United Nations Security Council calling for ceasefires around the world in order to provide the peoples of the world an opportunity to deal with this particular conflict. Cameroon has failed to heed to that particular call from the United Nations Security Council. What it has attempted to do is to divert attention, as it often does, giving the impression that it's dealing with a conflict by nicodemously engaging with an Ambazonian prisoner, Seseko Ayoktabe, and a couple of others in jail. This is not strange. It is the standard policy of Cameroon as far as this struggle is concerned. And this is very important, I must stress. Every time Cameroon makes a move, Ambazonians should ask themselves the question, this move is not for Ambazonia, it is for Cameroon. Every time you see Cameroon make a move, know that the move is not for Ambazonia, it is for the interest of Cameroon. Why is Cameroon taking that move? Cameroon's standard policy in the resolution of this conflict is to domesticate the conflict. Cameroon wants to impose a solution process so that it can impose an outcome that benefits the status quo, that benefits the regime, that maintains the oppression of Ambazonia. So when Cameroon makes the move in Yaoundé to engage Siseko, it is not because Cameroon wants a ceasefire. It is because Cameroon wants to remain in control and impose a domestic solution that maintains the annexation and the occupation of Ambazonia. We cannot fall for this. To do that, Cameroon has continued to divert attention, move the attention of the international system at a time when it is calling for ceasefire on the COVID, to deal with the COVID situation. Cameroon moves attention on that to its Nicodemus engagement with Siseko Ayoktabe and a couple of others whom it chooses. There can be no conflict resolution in which one party chooses those of the other party whom it wants to talk with. When it comes to conflict resolution, each party has to choose its own candidates and bring those candidates to the table, round table, where you sit as equals and come up with a solution that respects the rights and the interests of the parties involved. The actions of Cameroon continue in this regard with respect to the engagement of the United Nations Development Program, UNDP. The Ambazonia Governing Council yesterday put out a statement reminding UNDP that its actions are abating the genocide of Cameroon on Ambazonians. You cannot talk about reconstruction at a time where war is ongoing. You must first and foremost ensure that there is peace before you can reconstruct. But the only way you can ensure that there is peace, the only way you can realize peace is to respect the right of the people of Ambazonia to self-determination, to independence, to sovereignty, to respect of their territorial integrity. Cameroon knows this. And so what it's doing is continuing its machinations of diversions of the attention of the international system through the UNDP. And that's what Thibault Nagy was commenting on, basically reminding Cameroon that you cannot, for any reason whatsoever, think that you're going to carry out reconstruction within this territory when the people of that territory have rejected you, when the people of that territory are now in charge of their own lives, when the people of that territory now have their own Ambazonia Defense Forces, we will not give you room to breathe in their land when you attempt any reconstruction. Whatever you want to do, they will tear it down. Whoever you put out there to do any building, they will take down that person. And as such, all your efforts will be futile. Thibault Nagy, the UN Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs, in calling attention to the addressing of the root causes of the conflict, made an implicit recognition of the fact that the people of Ambazonia have a right to self-determination. He could not have been asking the Republic of Cameroon to go to the table and deal with that right if the United States itself does not recognize that such a right exists and such a right is valid under international law and principles. After all, the United States of America is the first country on earth to battle another nation and assert its independence over 250 years ago, when George Washington raised up the Revolutionary Army to take on the British monarchy and establish a new nation. And in its Declaration of Independence, the United States stated very clearly, once any government becomes detrimental to the safety, to the prosperity, and to the happiness of a people, those people have a right to rise up, throw off that government, and establish for themselves new gods, establish for themselves new visions, establish for themselves their own territory by which they can guarantee their own prosperity. That is what Thibault Nagy was calling the attention of Cameroon and the Ambazonian people to. And that brings me to the subject of ceasefire with respect to negotiations. We've heard for a while the ongoing talks about the Swiss process. I can declare today, not something that is strange, the Swiss know it themselves, it's a process that is dead. It was never meant to be alive. The AICP has put out a statement withdrawing from ACT, another collapsing institution. There's a third group that is withdrawing from it. And in that statement, the third paragraph or so further down, they make something very clear that when the Swiss gathered them in Switzerland, they were told that they were here for capacity building. While the Swiss went around the world telling nations and countries that they were engaged in negotiations. What a deception. What a lie. What a joke with the life and blood of infants. What a joke with the life and blood of men and women, using grass, bushes as parts. What a laying waste of the dignity of the people of Ambazonia, of their toil and their sweat. The process is dead, not so much because the Ambazonian Governing Council recognized the devilish machinations that were bedeviling it from the very onset. Not so much because the Ambazonian Governing Council refused to participate and demanded that the process be regularized and standardized with three main things. First, ensure the commitment of Cameroon. Second, get the United Nations to pass a resolution supporting it, or at least to appoint a special envoy to the process. Third, make the process multinational. Standardize it, as is common with every other process. The Swiss refused to standardize the process because it was never meant to be about negotiation. It was simply meant to be a diversion and delay tactics that can give Cameroon an opportunity to buy more arms, bring in more green, give them the more months to manufacture and ship to its territory green armored cars. Now, when you see green armored cars in Cameroon, you must understand, Cameroon is fighting a war in two fronts. It is battling Boko Haram in the north, and it is fighting Ambazonia in the west. The vegetation in the north is not green, it's not forest land. The only place that has got forest land is Ambazonia. And they're buying green armored cars, painting them green because they need to create camouflage in the forest to kill our people. That's what the Swiss process was all about. It was a diversion and time buying opportunity for the enemy. We are continuing in our efforts to bring the international community at the highest level. We've had significant meetings that I cannot go into details at the highest level to bring the attention of the international community, not so much to what they already know, which is the ongoing genocide, but to say it is time to resolve this conflict, but to resolve it on the terms of justice, to resolve it on the terms of accountability, to resolve it on the terms of transparency, to resolve it on the terms of the respect of the right of the people of Ambazonia to self-determination. Self-determination, of course, can be internal or external, but when it comes to Ambazonia, as with every other people, it belongs to the Ambazonian people to make that decision themselves, not for any other country to impose a solution on them. That is why Thibault Nagy said, you ain't going to resolve this conflict and attempt a reconstruction until you deal with that fundamental question of the people of Ambazonia wanting to control their own life. And they can control their lives inside their own territory. Thank you. I hear you.
All right, thank you so much, IREP, for that explicit explanation on the issues currently going on. So, fellow Ambazonians, again, thank you all for joining. I know I can see that some of you are still joining. Thank you. You've not missed the real part of it, but so thanks for joining and welcome on board. So I am one of two coordinators. I just want to introduce my co-coordinator, who is the Chief of Staff of the Ambazonian Governing Council. Mr. Co-coordinator, do you want to say something before we continue? And you can unmute yourself. I think you have access to that.
Okay. Thank you, Comrade Abufree, for introducing me in. I was a little bit late because of other concern relating to the struggle and was waiting for the Comrade Abu Free to introduce me in. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening again, and welcome to this edition of our town hall meeting with fellow Ambazonian, with a special focus again on Fako and Manyu. You probably have heard from the president and the Secretary for International Recognition, Comrade Ben, and according to our rundown of the program, ladies and gentlemen, we are supposed to, after that explanation from IREP, we are supposed to get a statement from the OGC, who is the overground coordinator for the Ambazonia Defense Forces. Comrade Wally, can you come in, please? Of course, Comrade Wally, at the end of her speech, will be introducing the two coordinators for Fako and Manyu, will be speaking with you. Comrade Wally.
Hello, hello. Revolutionary greetings to this special generation and the people of Ambaland. All our comrades across the entire Ambazonia and the diaspora, the president of AGOFC, members of the War Council, members of and sympathizers of our AGOFC ADF, the Mandelas, and all our sympathizers, fellow fighters and fearless ground forces of our revolution. We have come this far because of our collective effort. We have only ourselves to rely on. We must accept the fact that we are left on our own at this point of our revolution to determine the fate of our children and the lives of our communities. This is the generation that have chosen a very unpopular stand, a stand that needs a lot of courage, a stand to fight against colonialism, a stand to fight against a regime that have reduced us into slaves, houseboys, and housegirls. A stand that have taken a regime that have taken us to apartheid. We normally feel sorry for South Africans because they went through apartheid, but what is happening to us in our nation is worse than apartheid, because in apartheid, foreigners came in with a different skin color after brainwashing the people to feel inferior and then start using them as slaves. Ours is worse because people that look exactly like us come in our territory and decide to use us as slaves. This is the generation that have says to hell with the narrative that citizens of La République are superior. The generation that have picked up stone against a well-trained and well-equipped conventional army. We must keep up the fight at this moment. This is a fight to protect our lives, to protect our dignity, to protect our humanity. We have done so far so good. Our forces on the ground are doing a marvelous job, but this is a lifestyle. This is a collective effort. We cannot relent. We must continue to give them what they need to continue to prosecute this campaign till we get to a free homeland. Our guys are doing extremely well. They need us. It should be a thing that we should not even be pushed to do it. Today, we are still going to work on Fako and Manyu, and I'm here to bring in the coordinators of Fako and Manyu. But before I bring them in, we know that the coordinator of Nizam is wishing them well and is available for their support and, you know, to give them the push when needed. So I don't know if the coordinator of Nizam is in. She can come in, and then when she give and talk about what she can do, and then the coordinator of Fako and Manyu can continue from here. Thank you so much.
OGC, do you know what name she's using? So if she's on, I can unmute her.
She
Yes,
okay.
she's using Iron Lady.
Oh,
I can
okay.
see her.
Okay.
Okay, she's available now. Over to you, Iron Lady.
Greetings, everyone. Our CIC revolutionary greetings, and greetings to everyone who is here to support Manyu and Fako. Mama no dey oh, Papa no dey oh. If you want to kill me, I kill you. I no go follow you to your kingdom. If you want to kill me, I kill you. I no go follow you to your kingdom. Body your ginger, go ki ekelebe. Body your ginger, go ki ekelebe. Wow. I just want to let Fako and Manyu know that Mezam is behind them 110%.
Ooh-wee.
110%. We will work with Manyu and Fako. We will make sure that we train when they need training. We'll train the soldiers when they need training. We'll make sure that we'll share materials with them when they are short of materials. We will make sure that we will stop using catapults and den guns and give them the necessary sticks that they need to fight. We will make sure that we teach them ways that they can use to reduce the amount of boys that are falling. We will change the face of this revolution. We will work with Manyu and Fako and change the face of this revolution.
Amen.
Because at the long end, honestly speaking, we are not going to have an Ambazonia without Ambazonians. We need them all alive. So I want to tell everybody, una cafe day up. 21 gun salon. Fako, we are behind you. No shaking. No shaking.
Shake no day.
Shake no day. I go ginger my body. Support una. We go key ekelebe. Who be dog? Who born dog?
They never born them.
They never born them. Where them
dog
day?
No day. Where them day? Make we jam them. Take
May they come here, we jam them. No shaking. Fako, we are together. Forward ever, backward never. On this note, I am going to tell Fako that as a mother, my first question to every kid is that when I don't chop, so the first token that I'm going to give is to Fako, for Fako to use it and ask the kids, when I don't chop, give them Kowatagari, give them anything, may they chop, we'll go finish a kelebe. Mezam will support Fako with $500.
Mother, your place day, mother. Shake no day.
You know day.
Where them day?
Where them day? Bring them. We'll go finish them.
We'll go jam them.
jam them. Take their amoka.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you so much, Ayo.
Thank you, mother. Thank you. So
thank you so much.
That was a powerful Iron Lady, the coordinator of those bad boys in Alabukam. So thank you so much, Comrade Mange. We'll move forward to introduce I know that the coordinator of Manyu is not here today, but our very own Comrade Ambassador will speak on behalf of both of them. Over to you, Comrade Ambassador. Thank you.
Thank you, OGC. Thank you, comrade and colleague in the struggle and coordinator for Mezam, Iron Lady Mange. We be very grateful with that donation we don't make them for Fako people today. Something we the boys and they will be very happy. Say, Mami for Mezam, they don't send them chop. We want for the blend this discussion today with Pidgin and English so that while people them on ground zero, they go here wait to talk. Now the most important reason this way we dish down for years so that if we discuss meet them for ground, they get way to they communicate. And as the coordinator for Fako be very happy for come back again for today for Tankuna for the wonderful support we have been making for we 2 weeks ago in a town hall meeting like this one. The president not report how much we making out of that sitting. It was close to $12,000, and the boys them for Fako, they be very grateful for what we be like their own share with the Senate for them. Within that short period of time, of course, we now already see the changes them for inside Fako, how they increase. Before that time, Fako be done almost resume normal activities them on our country Sunday way now Monday. And when we immediately provide them with granite and other ammunition them for ground, we'll see how they get back again to the offensive, and make sure say this. So in the past Mondays, we don't see Boya was completely dead. Now, because of say what we will not be providing for them, they put them in use. The Mama don't talk for you say those boys them the most important thing before they want to go fight now, whether they don't chop. It be important for them because if you not chop, you not even go fight. So we be very grateful for what we will not be given. It help them now if we get on their feet for defend Una land again for Una. And updates from Fako, of course, inside the week, the president already announced the other one will happen today. But inside the week, we don't get 2 casualties. The first one be one of the soldiers we get involved in an accident in one of our camps inside Fako. The boy is situation be critical, but remains stable as well. And today morning time, one of our boys and also still inside Fako be wounded. And so, but as the president not say, the situation they under control, all of them, they safe, they back for their camps them. Again, we don't want to take much of our time today. We want to come back simply for come appreciate what we want to be given for we for inside Fako and for talk today. So we'll be very grateful and we'll be ready for use that money we want to provide them for we for defend homeland for both Una and ourselves. My friend Lucas Asu, who is the coordinator for Manyu, he just joined the house, and so I got to introduce you so that make it talk for we on Manyu. We don't need to take much of Una time today for make a lot of lectures. Fako, they fine. As the president, they don't talk they go now on the offensive, unlike before when they did hide that time in defense. Now they don't begin to go again on the offensive, and in the coming weeks, them of course we now will hear more from we. We'll hear toward October 1st, we tell now last time, and so we do a lot of preparation, and I will see how Fako will perform. We'll be very grateful again, and I will give the chance for my brother from Manyu, make it give a small short talk because no one do too much talking, because after this we still want back money for fortify Fako again and Manyu. Thank you very much.
So, Chief of Staff,
yes.
the PS, they're on, but be available for talk. But if we call the Secretary of State, since we now hear from Manyu, make he talk on this matter. So I will go ahead and unmute him.
That's right. Normally, according to the program, we'll be talking say the Secretary of State. It comes also from Manyu and also be a soldier on the ground alongside Asu Lucas. Because of say our brother be occupied, not be able to talk, we will give the Secretary of State that opportunity, make it tell we again how what boys them the jam ekelebe for that other side of the Ambazonia territory. Secretary of State. We'll help to unmute you.
I think I did.
Yes. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
My fellow soldiers of the Ambazonian Revolution and the Ambazonian War of Independence, I greet one all. I go try for broken because that grammar school we used to use them on the diplomatic side. I try for jam them as I hear the Iron Lady talk and somebody jam them. So when I go try for bear with me, if that pigeon I cut and the lamp on, I go try. My being from Manyu and my being as somebody way myself, the president, the Chief of Staff, the Chief of Defense, and most of us have been fighting for the restoration of the statehood and independence of Southern Cameroon's Ambazonia, all our youthful age until this day. We have gathered, we have learned along the way, we've gathered a lot of experiences because as we now know how they talk and say, experience is the best teacher. Today, I'm just an artificial intelligence specialist. I'm not a foreign diplomat. I didn't do diplomacy in my career. But because of this experience over the years, I was given this huge portfolio as the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs. And I know you people know, and also when Asabi said, myself and my team never ever let you people down. When I don't just hear IREP talk, IREP has spoken because we understand the subject matter. My team is great. And when our Foreign Affairs Department team is a formidable one, you bet on that. But today I'm not there for talk about Foreign Affairs Department. I'm there for talk now on Manyu because the last town hall and this one focused on Fako and Manyu. The Chief of Staff already talked about Fako. Manyu is very strategic, as the President said. Manyu is capital. Again, Manyu be central. And wait, I can't talk. I'll talk in diplomatic terms. My type of diplomacy is gunboat diplomacy. Point me, quote me any way you want. Ambazonia must negotiate from our position of strength, period. There are just no two ways. Because the person who is done for the other side doesn't understand any language but the language of force. Manyu, be ready. About a month ago or 2 months ago, when I see a group of guys well armed, that video was widely circulated. Make I tell when I wait to where that general tell me this morning, where Aturi were leader this morning. I tell when I say, no worry. Even at the policy where they call and say, money for hand, back for ground. We will just give them where they ask. October 1 way they come, una go hear ye. General Animal picking no be best way they play. For people where they know a story, I know to go into it. So, the Manyu axis be very, very, very important. If you look at the Manyu axis, it cut to Akwaya, where it meet with the northern zone. Then it come down this way, we get the Abia State in Nigeria, the Akwa Ibom State, then you come down to the Cross River State, very huge, very big, until you reach up to Calabar. Then from Calabar, if you cross water, the other side, you're inside Fako, Victoria, and Geme, and Limbola, and all the rest. All that road, I tell you, I don't work at the foot. I go school for Calabar, I jump for Oron, I come out for Limbola, for Victoria. So the person who is talking, a person where he know the terrain very perfectly well. Your boys in Manyu are ready. the boy them one waka because they did prepare and they were very hungry. Iron Lady, thank you for what you did. I'm coming to that. Thank you for asking, say, when I don't chop. Something that we would forget. And we only make provision now for buy sugarcane and granite. That's it. But for them, we not say all that contribution, we would pump up, so we would struggle, we would choke, we have to pocket with the gam, and go down for sugarcane and granite. We not forget, say, the people that give for chop. We not forget, say, that one are boys and give for the sick. We not forget, say, that boy them, they get for wear shoes, they get for wearing coat. Now rainy season, those boys, then they sleep under rain. They tell me this morning, say, they don't even get rain boots. They don't even get changshu, the famous changshu. They walk out with 2 road slippers or with canvas shoes, the way the wet water they enter inside. Now people, the way when they walk out, for go for some place, that rain boot, when water enter inside that rain boot, you know the kind of noise where they make them. And if I might repeat the noise. So the time don't reach where we should be committed and remain committed to the TTOF. Let's dip our hands even deeper. These boys are ready to deliver. We will not forget. We will not forget. These boys are laying a red carpet with their blood for us. These boys, the waka around 15 kilometers, only for come for play with network day, because the one give me information. Because they play with the day, a big cut off from network. 15 kilometers only for come make sure that they get network, pass information to us, make a tell for the meeting today. These boys, they don't send us the list of the inventory they get, what did they get in stock, what more do they need for replenishment, and which kind of material they need towards October 1. They are preparing and they are in full preparation mode. I can assure you that. And I should say last October 1 was a mixture of everything. This year, ADF flag day up, and ADF is going to be the master of ceremony. I bet you. And one of those axes and those legends, na Manyu. When I know Manyu, like me, I'm a no-nonsense person. If I don't know, now me I attack Loranges for Belgium. Now me attack Paul B.I. bodyguards and inside Switzerland, inside airport for Geneva. Up front, I attack them. And that is how the Manyu people are. But just as the president talked, we are flamboyant people who are easily penetrated by people. It's not going to happen again. Mayor come, the new mayor come and run him out, they tell you, say, shut up. If you don't shut up, we'll take you out. The guy went ahead, started pinpointing people, he was taken out in less than 3 months.
The SS not cutting you short. We would like to make you be very brief because our attendants will be eager for say make we move to fundraiser, feed our boys them for fear. Thank you.
When I see that's the diplomat, when they start talking, then they stop. just the come out. So, fellow soldiers of the revolution, in gunboat diplomacy, we get for arm our boys to the teeth, and we will be proud of October 1. These boys are ready, and I will go back, I will tell them, say, I deliver their message. Fundraiser the camp, please dip your hands deep in your pockets. If you never commit yourself on TTOF, please go and do. We will do our best. And thank you all for being there. God bless you all, and God bless Ambazonia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, SS, for that explanation about the situation with for inside Manyu, and how you also touch on the diplomatic side of events within the Ambazonia War of Independence. Next on our agenda be the fundraiser. Will say we want make Ambazonians them they commit for fit the boys them for both Fako and Manyu. We want these boys them for do a marvelous job. We go also we also expect they also will be able for dip our hand them for our pocket for give them small chop so that they be able for chop get energy where when they face a kelebe they go fit for janjama. Comrade Abu Free, before we want to go to this fundraiser, you get something too if you want to tell fellow Ambazonians know that they are present.
Well, before we even go to that, I think we need for we need a statement from the finance department, which will come from the chief of finance within the AGOVC. So if they're available, we'll like for Getty make a statement with regards to our finances and what we have collected so far, or whatever he needs to talk about. So
very important.
Yes.
AGOVC is a very transparent organization, and a lot of time people try for rob the AGOVC with shit. Say they so they need to ever put their money issues them outside. Today we don't give the opportunity. Say our finance secretary go there in our miss. He go tell una a little bit about what we become in last 2 weeks when we meet on this same town hall meeting. And after that fundraiser, of course, we will get question and answers where people will be able for answer questions. So FinDep, our finance secretary, go there during that question and answer. The vice president of AGOVC, go there during that time of question and answer. IREP, go there during that time of question and answers. And of course, Mrs. Washington for here and my comrade from Manyu and other leadership of the ADF go there for answer when I question them. So make una not go away after the fundraiser. Finance secretary.
Okay.
Finance secretary, they present here.
Yes, he's on.
Yeah, thank you, Madam and Mr. Chair people for this town hall meeting with protocol duly observed. I want to say, Ambazonia, oye.
Oye.
Una dey hear me so?
Would they hear you when I say plenty people then be muted, so I don't answer for their behalf.
Okay, that you do well.
Thank you.
Okay, as plenty people don't already talk, and they don't talk. Most people they don't talk. They touch finance aspect. Like the president we talked last week, we raised last town hall meeting. We raised just short of $12,000, and we want to thank una plenty. Una don't do well. If not be una, Ambazonia people, I don't believe say play where we did today, we for be for that place. So I want to thank all una. But make una know say, as I thank una so, as the international community they talk our case, we no go sleep or we mattress them. We say, oh, make we not do them again. No, not just the beginning that we get for do more if we want to get which way we fight for. Now, I don't want to talk plenty because as we all will know, when we go for inside bank, I think almost all of us here, we don't go inside bank. When we go inside bank, when the year have bank, it be very quiet. When I have bank, they talk, but when I already see the action. Now, so egg of say finance they do. When I already see the action where the finance, when money when I don't donate them, it do them for ground zero. So me, I'm not taking a time. I just believe once say make we just hit the fundraising proper. And as the talk, charity begins at home. So for me to open the floor, at the one talk for the host, me I go start the floor with 300 euros.
Wow, thank you so much, Findeb. We really, really appreciate that. Thank you. Ambazonia, oh yeah. Una di no. This my phone remain like see 1-4. Let me adjust this. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we go ahead. We start with this fundraiser. Cause am I right? All right. Yes. So we go ahead. We start with this fundraiser, and I want to just go ahead and sing some brief song where all we know them, and I know so all when I did muted, but if I really sing for play when I did it, that would be great. And the reason why I did sing this song, I will let when I know after, right? Ambazonia rising, rising, rising. Ambazonia rising to fall no more. Ambazonia rising, rising, rising. Ambazonia rising to fall no more. Ambazonia, oh yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
all
oh
right.
yeah.
Thank you all so much. Thank you, OGC, for chiming in. My fellow Ambazonians, I thank you so much for joining. We don't hear from the president, the IREP, the SS, and also from the FINDEC. So we want to thank our very humble leaders then, and also from the OGC, as well as some of the coordinators then for Fako and Manyu. So we thank you so much. Findeb, thank you so much for that wonderful contribution towards Fako. We really do appreciate it. Make I tell us some small story, and just very short, please. About 3 weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken, 3 weeks or a month ago, my cousin, I woke up for morning time, my cousin don't send me a message regarding how did we call this, my country people, and some other group where they call them DDR for La Republique, where they don't put my mommy in face for their forum and for their Facebook pages. Say I make a statement with regards to buying guns. So they say that the mommy that for that terrorist, right? For that terrorist for Ambazonia. So make a fine place where that mommy stay, deal with it. Well, fortunately or unfortunately for them, my mommy is nowhere to be found. So they're not gonna see my mommy. Anyways, so I be fearful to take this message to my mom because I did not say it would be very furious. So they don't want to put my mommy in picture. They also go ahead, they put my brother and my sisters, their names them too for days. Say anywhere we, they find them, they go deal with them. So, but I be fearful to take this message to my mommy because I don't even know how you go take this information. But I was like, I told my sister, don't tell mom, I'll be the one to tell mom. So when I go reach, I tell my mom, saying that this way, go. My mommy was like, who cares? Because I be expecting to get so furious with me, but she was like, who cares? He said, my pikin, I don't old. Okay, I don't old. Now when I fight for una rights, and I need you for continue for the fight for this struggle. So last night I tell my mom, say, hey, we get some fundraiser because I try for raise funds. I tell my mom, say, hey mom, we'll get fundraiser today, and an ongoing fundraiser what they do. So if you give you some small thing, we go really do appreciate them. So I'm talk all this talk and I say, regardless of that threat, for an old woman or thought an old woman, Marime the blink. She know the blink. Marime be it's a staunch Ambazonia and she's not going anywhere. You don't tell me, say, Frida, but the day where you go stop with this struggle, you go become a slave to the colonial people. So yesterday, my mom, he pledged $50. And I really appreciate it because lady work, so he really pledged that time on me. I was like, Mom, you're wonderful, you're great, thank you so much. So yes, my mom pledged $50 and I want to support my mom with $100, making it $150. And so I'm excited about that. I wanted to share it with you guys. So yes, thank you all so much for making, and like Sick Talk, we did, there for this struggle over this revolution, not for the independence per se, but because we want for at the end of this achieve something greater, right? A good healthcare system. One make our Pekin and be very competitive when it comes to global education standards or educational standards. We want paths for good roads. Those are the main reasons. Good freedom of speech. Those are the reasons why we are in this and we are fighting every day. And one make sure make our boys and wherever the day may Fako, make them be able to defend women, defend our children, and give us a leeway and facilitate we triumphantly getting into Ambazonia. So I wanted to put that out there. I'm excited and I'm glad that my mom, supports this revolution with all her heart. Course, over to you if you have something to add or say.
Thank you very much, Comrade Abu Free. Before we go get into that fundraiser, of course, during the fundraiser, we expect the people they get the one for commit, they go raise their hand so they'll be able to identify and call them up. May them make that commitment. Some there maybe they go one for use the chat link for indicate whether the one for commit. So some of our comrades they go also there on that chat link. They begin to follow up people there. They'll make their commitment them from that end. We also get consent from fellow participants for the town hall meeting. Say why this thing and not be streamed on Facebook where many people therefore follow. Our technical team, of course, they don't tell we the difficulties where a day for run on Facebook at times. Facebook that they even attack or line them cut the CIC speech. So now why that they choose that alternative for say make we use the YouTube link. Sure say they go still the work on it for see if the possibility they say in future town hall meeting them will be streamed through Facebook as well. So again we come back now for the fundraiser and we look around for see people them way they go raise their hand them ready for commit. For feed the boys and for the ground, we don't say be very important. Say the boys them, they not only be equipped, but say they be able for get the energy for hook up, carry, ringenge, go find a kilobit and they for street. We know the only defend ourselves now with what we already provide. We go on the offensive. So we appreciate very much what we already do, and we see call on every Ambazonian say now civic responsibility. For say we could provide small shishi so that these boys them for ground, they will be able to defend the land and our people the way they on ground zero. So every small dollar where you put them and not be minimized, every rand, every euro, every dollar account very much. Even people that on ground zero, their contribution account very much. Those on ground one, we welcome very much their contribution. Those on ground two, of course, in across the Mongo way that they hide somewhere there or where they be caught up, they find themselves within La Republic territory where they want to contribute for this struggle, may they not relent the effort. We also get the tough link, the ttof.net. We want many people that they commit through that link on a monthly basis because this revolution is not finished not today. And we need for constantly provide these boys with granite so that they will be able to defend our territory, upgrade our rifles them so that they will be able to be more offensive. As they seek we talk, people be mislead una put una money them for wrong place, or for the already for boya or the crossbow across the board, people them very far. Because short people never reach that bridge for Bunaberry was still the feel every time like they go push back again into our territory. So make we commit, we make sure say we send our hand very deep for our pocket for assist to avoid them on the ground. I want to recognize the presence of the VP in here present. He never communicate, he never say any word, but not forget how we want to say at the end of it, now you got to take the question and answers the way they go to come in, you got to lead that team there, they got to answer the question the way our fellow participants them, or the bring them forth. Alongside
Chief of Staff, let me make an interject some more. For comment section, some comrade Schwarzkopf, he don't pledge 50 euros.
We be very
and we go to get them through VP.
We'll be very grateful with that comrade. We don't do that pledge through the comment section. Our comrade, the way they do for comment section, though they do the follow up. Why those the way they assign them for this link, video link, of course, they will do also the follow up. Me and Comrade Abu Free will watch through for see those people the way they want for make a statement alongside their commitment. Thank you again.
I just want to call on the attention of OK. There is a name, OK. Stop the disturbance in the comment section. Don't write any comment again. Stop the insult, or I will send you out.
All right. Thank you so much for calling that person out. I saw the, the comments that he was putting out there. So I also want to acknowledge payments the way they don't be made. So I've reached out to my fellow comrades prior to this. So I want to acknowledge Comrade Erica Zara will either make a £25 donation. Man of God don't make a $75 donation. And then the secretary admin, Comrade Ketcher, don't make a $25 donation as well so far. So and I also wait for a whole lot of them for coming. So thank you guys for the donation. Thank you so much. Over to you, Coz.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Comrade Abu Free. As I say, we go to look on people there. They get commitment for make through this video link. Maybe also a statement attached to it, but one people that may be very brief. If any man want make statement, he will be very brief. Otherwise, we'll cut him in not be more than 30 seconds.
We also have in the comment section $100 from Manus Bay. Manus Bay just donated $100. I think we'll follow up.
We want for thank that soldier. We don't also make available, say, you know, for ground zero for carry the guns and missiles, but it don't provide contribution. We go put rifles in the hands of people that run lay their life down for una day for diaspora. We thank that comrade very much.
We'll get Comrade Johnson. He hand day up, so I don't know whether he want to make a contribution. Let me unmute if that's okay. Let me unmute him so he can come in.
Thank you, Comrade Johnson.
All right. You're on, Comrade Johnson.
Oh, yeah. I did Bolo now, so I will just drop small message. My message I for thank PS. As he say for Zoom meeting, make you not forget to send my General Ivo cap. And I go commit for Manyu and Fako €100, and I go put them for Comrade Ashu a PayPal account tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Comrade Johnson. We be very appreciative for what way you put them for the boys and for Manyu and Fako. We promise you this, so every bit of it we'll use them for arm the boys and for the ground, and also for feed them meet and get the energy for meet up Ekelebe face to face.
Yes, yes, yes.
I also want to acknowledge the presence of the defense chair of the Ambazonia Defense Forces in the person of Comrade Benedict Kwa. You are welcome, Mr. Chairman. Of course, we got the year people that maybe people that go there with, they go get questions for you during the question and answers. During that time to go get a brief statement for Mekam before we get into question and answer proper.
Okay, make an interject again, Chief of Staff. We'll get two comrades also where they don't make a pledge. Comrade T. Tuma don't make pledge of €150, and Mami B €50 as well.
Thank you also.
Let me just say something. Tuma, there is chairman. Chairman also is making a pledge of $50 that he will hand to Mami B.
Thank you very much, Tuma. Last week you will make contribution. Last 2 weeks you will make contribution. You don't see come again today because you know say they saw the boys them for ground, they need for chop before they face a kilobit them for road. We thank you very much for that commitment, comrade.
Asana is also donating $25 to give it to Free.
Thank you very much, comrade.
I don't also just receive a cash. Am I on?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I don't just receive a cash app of $25 from Stanley. I don't know whether I'm not the same person where you talk, but this is from Stanley Niceman or Niceman Nightingale. I'm sure we all know that name. But yeah, I don't just receive a cash app of $25 from that person. Thank you so much, Stanley.
Okay, maybe. But the name here is Asana. Asana's iPhone.
Oh, probably that's another
Okay, probably
person.
two different persons.
Yeah.
Okay, Nanga Brunhilda have given 25 euros. We'll give it to OGC Mami Wali.
Thanks very much, Comrade Nanga Brunhilda. You be a committed member. You don't always be there for the commit for the boys on the ground. We be grateful.
And I just want also acknowledge Comrade NSA, where you don't support my mom with $25. Thank you so much, Comrade Sister NSA. Appreciate. All right.
Now, Comrade Walidis, I want to talk some few donations, contributions rather. I don't beg sote, I don't tire for beg sote everything now for me in a donation. But we get this comrade somewhere in Massachusetts. I don't know whether he want my call his name, but I know call his name for now. He don't support every initiative from where RFI remember. So he don't send a check for $200 toward this. He boldly write down for the, he write a note, he don't write down on the check. You cannot write down on a check. He say for the big gun. So he don't give $200. He did somewhere in Massachusetts. I know one call his name. I just call he say the man with the powerful pen because he ever write very serious write-ups them. And then I don't beg. I go for my work the whole this week. I don't beg. I don't get 8 people them where they don't give me $25 each, summing to $200 from 8 people where they don't make coup de coeur for Ambazonia. And then I top them with 100. So I have $500, one from that powerful pen man in Boston, in not really Boston, somewhere in Massachusetts, and then 200 from my co-workers. And those co-workers include my 2 favorite colleagues, my 2 girls. They are part of my co-workers and they are chipping in for Ambazonia as well. So they donated 25 each, and then I have 6 other people that donated 25 each. So total from me, $500.
Wow, thank you so much, OGC.
Okay, the contribution from Titi Tuma says it's not a pledge. He has already sent it through Cash App to Ambazonia Mission.
Okay.
I want to thank all those comrades that they make that contribution. I want to especially thank the OGC where they take that pain, go out for meet the people them. We don't take this thing like say don't be in our personal issues. And we expect say every diaspora, every Ambazonian in the diaspora, make it take this obligation as well. For make sure say they go outside there, find people they make them commit for their own revolution. It be very necessary for say make we do them, because the more this war is prolonged, we of course will also be far away from homeland. And I believe say all of you want to go for homeland. I've been alive. It be very true say all of you want to go homeland, so more make that effort. More not leave them for people then like Comrade Wally, when the overall ground coordinator for Ambazonia Defense Forces. More not leave that assignment for he said na he one go the run behind people for make sure they make them commit. May all we will take on like a responsibility so that next time we'll meet up for town hall like this one. Before person which is one make his own commitment, we say already bring in about 5 of his colleagues and from job site.
Tuma is adding $20 to the $50 for food. That extra $20 is
wow. Thank you, comrade.
Thank you so much.
This is wonderful. As I said, Tuma will be there during our last town hall meeting, and maybe make the same contribution them again. It will come here again because it become like a civic responsibility. Say every Amazonian must contribute for their own liberation. and we expect many Ambazonian them that they copy with the way such comrades like Chituma do for a war of independence. We'll be very grateful, comrade. Our technical team just tell we say the one for introduce, the one for show now certain video where we play them in call them memorial videos where one play them and we go back say why people that they raise their hand up, we could just take short time or go through this memorial video.
Okay, before we go through that memorial video.
We have Netcho. Netcho is giving $150 to support Manyu. Netcho, but you did not tell us who you will give to or your contact, please.
Yes, we be very grateful for that, comrade.
So, let me interject for a while. The same Netcho, I think the comment also says that is going to double
his
commitment on top, and then giving 150 to support Manyu.
Whoa.
Thank you so much.
We'll be very grateful, comrade.
We also get comrade Kongsa.
Okay, he says he will be contacting Abu Free. He will give it through Abu Free. The Netcho will see Abu Free.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I know what that is.
Okay, we also get comrade Kongsa. He don't send $100 for my cash app where you know the work, so I don't redirect it. He don't send them for AGOV C cash app. So $100 cash app from comrade Kongsa.
Okay.
All right.
We have there is Mike. That Mike complaining that he's not getting us where that the volume is low. I don't know what is happening. Netcho is complaining about Cash App, that he used Cash App but it was deleted. So I think not.
He has used my Zelle before, so he can use that again. I'll send it to him though.
Okay.
Yeah, and I also have, before the video comes in, I also have 2 contributions from Cash App. One from a very good friend of mine, Nzi. Ide Alanta, I'm not gonna call the other name, but it make a donation of $50. And then I also get another contribution from Julius. It make a contribution of $32.60 towards Manyu and Fako. So.
Good.
Right.
We'll be grateful. We'll be here and what will happen inside Fako all inside this week. Today, one of our soldiers be wounded. Within the week, an accident occur with a soldier be burned. That the case be very critical. And so he need attention. So if we not be able for support Fako more and not lend the effort, we want to say every dollar it will count, every euro it will count, every rand it will count. We trust on una, say una go take una civic responsibility, make sure say this way we equip the boys them way that they fight for ground, they take the bullets and for all we were behalf. On our screen, of course, we get our tough contact. Where if you want to make your monthly commitment, you will go for TTOF. You commit on monthly basis. People the way the one for do Cash App. Our Cash App number I did for this 682-217-5006. If you also commit through a text to the number 1-833-603-0772. These last 2 contacts them work most for the people of North America, that is Canada and the USA. The rest of the people within Europe, of course, if you use our PayPal account, if you want to use our PayPal account, you get in touch with me and then we'll provide them for you for security reasons. Or no one for our PayPal account for public. So any individual will be ready for commit. We'll provide the PayPal account. Thank you very much. And would you still look up to people there that want commit? We can see this one for introduce. More video, more see the people the way that they die on the ground. I know say when the show and finish, they go touch 1 or 2 people there for their heart. They will make a special contribution also for support the family where this soldier they leave them behind.
I don't know whether it will be okay because we'll get this money in their hands. They don't be up for a while, so no one let people they go right now.
We'll get the people first before we continue.
Yes, please. Comrade Edwin, I'm gonna unmute you so you can go ahead and talk. All right, Comrade, go ahead.
Okay, somebody has given 40 pounds to Roland in UK for Fako and Meme.
All right, thank you, Comrade.
Thank you, Abu Free. Thank you, CIC, IREP, and all my way on talk before. I'll be very happy for this meeting today. I know be attended last one, unfortunately, but I really be happy. Say I'll be there for the one today. And I don't see the commitment people, they don't put them forward, and you know, it really make me be happy plenty. Mangi, I really want to thank you. The energy we bring them inside room before any other thing one start, I really be grateful for that one. The worker, the way they work, I don't be a coordinator too. I coordinate with Mangi. So I would just want to emphasize the importance for this job money where we don't talk plenty so for the year. We don't buy granite, we buy all these things them. Chop now the few where the soldiers they need them for ground for do that for really be effective. When chop no there's no problem, they come plenty. Me as a coordinator, I feel talk say this sometimes in the way the disburse money for ground for take care for chop where my accounts self no first know. Now because it's not easy. We will take them very, very serious. What all this you don't talk about the fact say this, so you don't talk for people then for work. So they raise $200. Tiwa one big for members we 131 now. If each of we will come out, will say we will go talk for people that will evangelize TTOF, bring people them in where they can contribute just $5 each. That will be a lot of money. We no fee carry the burden all by ourselves. We fee share and with other people, them talk with people, them give them the website. Mostly even Americans and your foreign friends, them talk with about TTOF. Show them some of that images them will get them for years so that you have for your homeland. Share them with them. They will can contribute $5, $10. It go to help for buy chop. It go to help for do other thing them. I want beg all we to say this. So for win war, we need plenty intelligence. All we will do for years. So more not only can give money will go. Make we gather intelligence. Feed them for the various coordinators and for the various groups them, for the various localities them. Any intelligence we get them. If you come on Manyu, your village where you come up for day. No one how many gendarmerie posts then they did, how many police posts they did, how many military outposts then they did. All that information, it be very, very critical for help soldiers for ground know how they work. We got all that information, we feed them.
Please just check the comment section. Somebody is talking to you there. Sorry for disturbing.
No worries, sir. So that intelligence already it win the war 50% because it help soldiers and plenty. Most of them so one they did for Bush. As a coordinator for Manyu, they talk to the worker distance before they can play network day, before they can talk. Maybe then carry the for Bush, something be changed. For outpost of Janam or outpost of police, they don't know. The one comes, something happen. So we give get that intelligence. All man for this form, give for the way they now, give a being an intelligence officer for ground zero. Gather the intelligence, feed them for the various parties, them, they go use them for informed decisions them. I go support Manyu today with $100. I know give me plenty money, but you know, I go put my own down. Then I go reach out. I want to tell the coordinator for Manyu and Fako say if they need any assistance from Mezam, we will there help them anytime where they need them. Thank you, and I yield for now.
Thank you so much, comrade.
We have another 50 euros from Ba in Berlin, and he is to give it to comrade. Okay, that he is talking to Comrade Free, Abu Free, that you should come online very often. That he will give 50 euros in Berlin. I think I will contact that person.
Okay, all right, comrade. I hear you. I hear you. Okay, so we do get Madiba. Where you don't raise your hand for up, so I go ask to unmute you. If you could go ahead and unmute yourself, that'll be great.
Yeah, free Lizette. Lizette is saying that you should give your PayPal. Check comment section and talk with her. Maybe you need to give her at the background.
Okay, she has my PayPal. Okay, I will. Comrade Madiba, go ahead. You're unmuted.
Hello, beautiful people. I greet you all. My name is Walter, but in my community, they prefer to translate it to our dialect, Madiba. and they call me Madiba Malonge because of my involvement in community activities. Anyway, I'd be very grateful for the commander-in-chief and all those under him for the endless sacrifices the way that they make them. Sometimes I ask myself, say, how the revolution for be if we not be get somebody like Comrade Ayabawe, since from the first day, they never move an inch from a position. Imagine how all the other leaders, they don't be compromised. You know, with that noted, there is never a day where I feel here say, you know, AGC and then I know contribute. You know, I live for Maryland. And I go support Manyu and Fako with $150. If the cash app where Comrade Asu used to use them, they okay because I use that cash app for send money. So if it be okay for Comrade Abu Free, then if it be okay, wanna tell me so that I'll send them for them right away. Support Manyu with $150. Manyu and Fako.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you very
Comrade.
much, Madiba.
Let me get this call. Yes, hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we have a comrade who wants to contribute, but he's on the phone, so I'll let him speak so that you can hear from him as well. Comrade, I'll pass. You can speak now, right now.
Yeah, just hold on, Comrade Madiba.
Okay.
And I will send my money to Mr. Asho Lucas. Mr. Asho Lucas know where I am. I'm calling from Canada, so I will send my contribution to Mr. Asho Lucas. So I'm sending $100 to Mr. Asho Lucas.
So, did you hear him?
Yes, we got him.
Yes,
he will contact PS.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much, comrade.
$100. Thank you very much, Comrade Madiba. You said you will send your contribution through
to Asu Lucas to the cash app. Like Asu Lucas always use.
PS. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Everything for AGC, ADF.
God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So for those that are wondering what the Cash App is, I know we've been talking about it, but I just posted it on the comment section. It's $, or the $, Ambazonia Mission. You can actually use that. Comrade Walters, you can use that to make your donation.
All right. Thank you.
We could slot in that if we not get some people there with their hands up, we go slot in that memorial video. Make una see some of those fallen heroes where they laid their life for una behalf.
Yeah, Nanga Brunhilda said she has already sent $50 to OGC, to Mama Wali. She has already done the transfer.
Yes, that is
confirmed.
That is confirmed.
I have also just received the Comrade Cho. I just received $150 via Zelle. So thank you, Comrade Cho. Thank you so much.
That's great.
I guess the IT, if you're still waiting, I don't see anybody's hand is up, or nobody's hand is up. So the IT can go ahead and play those videos.
Register, please check your text.
Okay. Abu Frid, you're asking for a phone number of the Cash App that you should include the phone number.
What's the number? PR, please, if you're listening, can you send me that phone number so that I can just put it there, if you don't mind? Okay. IT, we are waiting on you for the videos. If you're still waiting to play those videos, if you're still waiting to play those videos, I have somebody that or the president wants to say something.
It seems the IT department is not yet ready.
Okay.
Then,
Mr. President, if you don't mind, can you come in right now?
Can't you hear the videos?
No, we cannot hear it. Okay, good.
okay, Ma Esther B will be giving $200 through OGC. Please, OGC, you should contact Ma Stella B. Ma Esther, sorry, Esther B.
All right, I think the video is playing now. Comsdat, is Deputy Comsdat, is that the video playing?
Yes.
Okay, we cannot hear it if there's a sound. All right, good.
Hello, Ambazonians. I'll call upon all to join me to observe a minute of silence in honor of Nginyam Fon. In honor of Nginyam Fon, murdered in Bui, hate crime propagated by enemies of our war of independence sitting out here. Today I want us to think about peacemaking. Blood like a valiant soldier. His life cut short by propagators of hate. Life taken away from him, his family, his friends, his
From there, volume.
Let's honor him.
Abu Free, the phone number associated with the Cash App.
Yes,
asking.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it so I can send it. Put it there.
Come that the volume of this thing is very low.
Yes, for technical reason, already the commander-in-chief has really make that speech. On your screen, of course, we'll find a sniper from where they be taking out for Bui. And I know how the Bui warriors they be through manipulation from some people from diaspora, they be take out one of our own finest sniper. They not only take him out, they also confiscate. They also rounded up 23 other boys of the ADF and sister forces them where they go together for Bui. They eliminate them. Till today, we never hear about them. See their weapons them, where they need to use them for they can fight the Ekelebe them. Now, some of the unfortunate scenarios, and that would face them inside this revolution. Why would they make 3 steps them ahead? Some people that they drag me again 2 steps behind. We'll see what maybe the tech team will be able for bring we audio so that the statement of the president.
Thank you, Shiva Star. Please do permit me. I'll just the talk with Abu for background. Say when they show any soldier image, if any member of a defense feel know that soldier on a personal basis, make them try for fee talk more about the soldier so that they will know who that soldier be. Of course, you don't talk about Fon then like a brother for me. I know Fon since 1998. We grew together for my two when he commander for compound, he go buoy for go start the revolution for day. That they be the pioneer ADF fighters enough for buoy. That then go start ADF for buoy. Now from the print all badges them for ADF soldiers them matricle other one and so. Now be the do I'm very focused, very organized guy, leader, and of course even the best sniper we get after the revolution. Now Manda way he get more than 20 kills them under a belt. And it be unfortunate say this so he died in the hands of our own. As I talk now, so for the thing and see the for compound because he come on for compound, he go buoy. So it be very sad. One of the best soldiers I ever lost after the revolution. Very nice, calm person when they talk plenty, but it be very lethal against the enemy. If the video continue, the other two soldiers they might know them. Mangef even talk more because they be foreigner from who bases them for Mezam. But I think they don't stop the video, so I go feed just yield for now. Unless the video come back again, then I will feed talk about the other soldiers and Mangef talk. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Mange hand it up. I don't unmute you for go ahead and talk.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Comrade Edwin. Yeah, before you want even bring that up, I put my hand up because I know if you ever see these images the way I know get message for talk about. It is very much alive inside my life. Every day when I wake up, it is like it was just yesterday. This speaking, they will know them on a personal note. And if you see Ernest and Shapiro where they show them for here, Ernest and Shapiro, they be already fight the battle, finish. They finish Ekelebe, but because they will not get material, they go back for go pick stick. Now for the way they lost their lives. So today, when we talk for the forum, say we will contribute for support. It not only end at the level of that stick the would buy them. It not end at the level of the granite would buy them. Where did it become of this Ernest them and the Shapiro them? Where they don't leave, they leave family, wives, when are widows, children who are orphans. What would it do? So at the back, so when they talk about supporting the revolution, many people then dig deep inside their pockets. They consider saying, no be as we buy the sticks them and the granite, we'll get these widows and we get these orphans and for take care of. Shapiro na just 18 to 19-year-old picking way he just wasted life like that. It will be the light of his family. First way if he help him, mommy, he don't go. At least if he send a word of thank you for the mommy them or the parents. So dear comrades, at the back una, any man will get hard for picking, for woman. If you feed a widow, if you help a widow, you will never lack. You will never lack. I'm serious about it. I have experienced it. I have lived it. I have given my last dime to a widow, and it has multiplied in a mysterious way. So, dear comrades, let's think about the heroes that have left their families behind. These young girls, who could be your daughters, who could be your younger sisters, who unfortunately have become widows just because of these circumstances. So let's go out there and help. If you don't want to help the revolution, go on the side of what do you call it? I'm short of words. Just humanitarian. I mean, go on the side of humanitarian and help these widows and orphans. Thank you so much. Shapiro, Enes, and many other. In Mezam alone, I have like 15 widows, countless number of kids who are orphans.
Good. Thank you, Mange. Somebody just here which we don't explain. It just called me for WhatsApp now. It said the man from Pekin, in name Peter. He said they live for Germany and say he want for talk about a commitment for these sad stories away in the year about the boys that they fall inside his own state of Mezam. Comrade Peter, you get the line, make a made the Ambazonian people they hear you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Papa.
Yes, well, I just see the as you talk, as I've read some information also. So man can picking them, mess and picking them when they die or all that cases. So me I will talk with you on start most of the time them and who know the ambassador. So he don't tell me that story too. I tell you this so for me for pledge, I don't want pledge for 50 or when I take and help the family or anything with the day around with them. So maybe in due course, when thing they did, I will add more again for now for the Ambazonian people.
Thank you very much, Comrade Peter, for that commitment. We don't make them, we'll be very grateful. You don't make that commitment, say, now for picking them way, they fall for Mezam, their family, where they live and behind. We'll be very grateful, my brother. Comrade Abu Free.
We have another support from from the U.S. mission. That is U.S. mission as a whole has given $200 to support Manyu. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
U.S. mission as a whole.
U.S. mission. Okay.
USA. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
USA. The pace setters.
Thank you so much, USA mission. We appreciate you all.
Yeah, I want to remind something. We have a comrade in, he has written his name as Ba in Berlin. He has given $50. We should remember the first town hall, he gave $500, 500 euros. He gave 500 euros. Today, he has given us 50 euros.
Wow, thank you so much, comrade. We really
be very
appreciate
grateful, Comrade Ba, and the boys them on the ground, they go hear the message we don't send them for them. Thank you very much.
So we get two people that raise their hands. We get
Abu Free.
Erica, go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Abu Free. Yeah, greetings to you all.
Greetings.
Just check your paper because my paper get problems. So I get for ask Lizette Bing Mami may put pay through Mami B PayPal. So I don't send you the receipt. Now what I mean, I don't make my own. Yeah, I don't send you the receipt. So check it don't give 30 euros. We're at $33.85.
Yes, I don't see them so much. Thank you.
Yeah,
so
just
much.
tell Mami B, yeah, because I know my PayPal need go through. So now why that I took me to pay through your PayPal.
Oh, okay. I'll send you my pay. I'll send you
then
my
just
PayPal.
ask comrade Ashley Lucas if you don't regulate the PayPal because I don't know how to get some like notice from a PayPal office about I don't know when I PayPal get problem on my PayPal. So when I just regulate them because people they try to make payments.
All right, comrade. Thank you so much.
Comrade Madiba will be he promised $150. He don't pay him already. He has already sent the money through the Cash App. Comrade Madiba, who spoke to us, has already sent his contribution, $150.
All right. Thank you so much, Comrade Madiba. We also get Comrade Mercy, the hand up. And I am asking you to unmute yourself, comrade. So go ahead.
Hello.
Yes.
Sorry, I want to announce no US money, but OGC don't announce them, so I forgot.
All right. All right, Madam Treasurer. Thank you so much.
We have here Mom. Mom is giving 150 euros to the family of the foreign hero, foreign comrade, and he will send it to the German mission.
Amen.
Thank you very much. Registrar, also make sure say you, our brother, we just call commit 50 euros from Germany, go to donate through your mission. So you connect with me so that I link you up with his number.
Yeah. Comrade Mom, please just send a number I will use to contact you.
All right, so if we do not have anybody wanting to speak right now, and none of the videos are showing, so I'm gonna ask, is this the president, are you there? I know you want to make a short statement. Can you please come in? I will, where is it? Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Thanks for giving me the floor again. We will be stepping out soon, myself and the Chief of Staff. The meeting will be overseen by the Vice President who is here in terms of questions, the Secretary for International Recognition and Peace. The Chairman of the War Council is in the House, and so every issue about defense, he will be taking, and he probably will be making a statement. I just watched the videos, and it's quite heart-wrenching. As I said last time, we face a lot of trauma on a daily basis. When I looked at the video from Fako today, the wounds, blood. Last week, last 1.5 weeks, we lost EK in Momo. We got Doma wounded. Also within Nizam under the jurisdiction of Manyu and Small Rubio. We lost above the law. He left 2 kids behind, a sick mom. It was so devastating the way he was killed. So it's very traumatic. And so the struggle for our liberation is not simply an issue of the abstract independence, but the lives of people who are cut short really matters. We will be working very hard as we move towards October 1, and I invite Ambazonians to be committed to their war of liberation in every way, form, or shape. We are working extremely very hard. I can assure you that. The War Council Chairman, myself, the OGC, and I think the Secretary General, we met the other day, and I think we'll be committing close to $15,000 to 2 states. I don't want to name them because of the strategic importance. And we will be committing close to $50,000 for some strategic chairman. So, and we expect to commit another $50,000 for other strategic issues. As I don't know who said that. I think the deputy coordinator for MEZAM, intelligence is key. MEZAM has shown us how it works. Intelligence is key to surgically eliminating the infiltrators, enablers, and blackleg. Have no mercy. You are not breaking the law under international law. Those who enable, collaborate, or infiltrate to enable the continuous genocide on our people will be hung in public. The French did it, the Americans did it, the Brits did it, and Ambazonia will not spare those who, for the past 100 years, have enabled the brutality and impunity over our people. As I said in the beginning, we have a plan. Not yesterday, I was being briefed up till midnight of what we call your sunshine plan, like your kind of political system, the economic philosophy and system that we'll put in place, the Ambazonian law structure, the kind of development projects that we will kickstart on the first day of total evacuation of our land. We have put that in a blueprint that will be out very soon. So you should be rest assured that once the liberation phase is over, we have already worked out carefully how the transition phase is gonna be. The way we conduct ourselves today is to make sure the phase of transition that builds the economic system, the political system, the electoral system, and build the system in such a way that you, the Amazonian people, can determine who your leaders are, is gonna be short. That is worked out. The way we conduct ourselves today is also based on how we want post-independent stability to be designed. Any chaos is gonna retard us in terms of development and opportunity and the creation of wealth. So we have to conduct ourselves with a high degree of integrity so we don't go down the path of South Sudan. So our experts are working. Yesterday, I was really amazed, and some good news is also coming. Brilliant news. I'm really proud to be an egg of cyst. I'm really proud. And sometimes I say to myself, egg of cyst, I'm not fighting for you people because you're already free. I mean, every person within the egg of cyst is like some free bird that, you know, doesn't just land anyhow. We're fighting for millions of Ambazonians who are still mentally enslaved, mentally trapped with the distorted views of society. We're fighting for those who don't have a chance to speak for themselves and for those who are not powerful enough to stand against the very powerful blocks of our society. So my people, we do our due diligence. From the first day of independence, you will know exactly how your country is going to look like. We are not just working to liberate. We are working to reconstruct. We are working to build a system of governance. And that's the only way we can assure that, you know, the true liberty that you fight and die for is going to work. As our comrades have said, every day people die, people get wounded. This is not a joke, it's not a movie. And I thank you very much for what you've done. Your questions, if you have questions, you have doubts, they will be clarified right here. I invite each and every one of you, wherever you are. The AGOFC is running more than 19 to 20 missions across the globe. The chairman of the Council of Missions here. The missions run in countries. You have the South African mission, the US mission. Become a member of the AGOFC. You are going to acquire skills of governance, skills of secretariat activities, skills of policy development, formulation and implementation. You're going to acquire skills of communication. You're going to acquire great skills that will be useful for you personally and just in case Ambazonia calls upon you to serve. That's what we present within the AGOFC. It's a school. It's a tough neighborhood to be in. You learn a lot, and I invite you wherever you may be, join your mission, commit through your mission. Don't just be flying around. This is the new ANC of this era. The AGOFC is gonna be the most powerful liberation movement within the continent of Africa because it's built on the foundation of anti-corruption, is built on the foundation of localization where we strengthen the local to be able to compete with the global. It is based on the grassroots mobilization and is based on anti-colonial policies that prioritizes our local institutions and structures to make sure that self-government is really owned by our people. So you're on a good platform. You are doing quite well, and be courageous and don't let yourself be tossed around. Thank you very much and have a blessed day.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. We appreciate you very much for your steadfastness. The AGOFC is, built under a guarded leadership, and we want to acknowledge your phenomenal leadership and with that of the VP, the SS, and the rest of the leadership team. So thank you all for everything that you do. Chief of Staff, are you there?
Yes, I am here. As the president said, I will be checking out alongside with the president for other missions, and you will be coordinating the rest of the evening. And ladies and gentlemen, before we go, of course, we still have some time before we take off. We are still open for the donation or commitment, as the president rightly placed it.
Yes, Comrade Pascal just announced a support from Comrade Spartan, $25 from Comrade Spartan.
That will be him. That will be himself. So
okay.
Yeah. Okay. And I think Comrade Madiba or Comrade Walters just make his donation as well through the Ambazonia Mission Cash App. So. And so right now, for those of us that are still here, and if there are no donations coming in as of right now, I will invite, we have the VP, we have the Defense Chair, we also have the SS or Secretary of State, and they are here to take questions. So if you do have a question that you want to ask with regards to everything that we've talked about, the Nagy effect, and and also what the CIC talked about, please do raise your hands and I will definitely call you. So, but we do have the VP and the others ready to take your questions. But we are also still collecting donations. The VP, do you have something to say while we wait for those that want to ask some questions? Okay, I guess there is somebody that just raised their hand. Comrade Edwin. All right, go ahead. I just asked to unmute you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Comrade Abu Free. Are we starting the questions yet? I know I'm internal, but there is something. I recently posted something on Facebook about we had Abdul Karim. I don't know if it's appropriate to talk about him, but I think it is because I think most of our people are being, I don't know, from my own opinion, they are being deceived. He was in Canada and he went to grounds. He went to La République du Cameroun after drafting with the SACOCAM money that is meant to purchase weapons and fight La République. Then he still went to La République and he was granted audience in one of the local channels there. When I posted online and I called him out, some people insulted me that I'm being too extremist. So I want our experts in the house to educate, or if they see in the same lens as myself, they should analyze the whole Abdul Karim situation and try to educate the Ambazonian people. Maybe I'm just being extremist, like they say, because I see him as a tool of the enemy. Because you cannot come to the diaspora, you advocate for money to buy guns and fight a regime, and then you go back to that same country and you are thrown a red carpet. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Comrade IREP. I just unmuted you. I think that will be a question for you to take, if you don't mind.
I would like to pass that to the VP, please.
Okay. VP, just give me 1 sec. I will definitely need a co-host. Findet, can you help me with co-hosting since my co-coordinator is gone, so that we can all juggle this together? Just give me, I'm trying to figure out where the VP is.
Okay, I'll try. I'm at work at the moment, so I'll do my best.
All right, thank you so much. I am, okay, VP, that is you. All right, VP, I have you unmuted. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you so much, Comrade Abu Free, and thank you for taking me out of Zoom J. I couldn't unmute myself. All right, fellow Ambalanders and well-wishers of our boys on the ground, boys and girls, I think this shows exactly why we fight. When we call for town halls and you show up with the level of support and understanding that most of you have shown, not only in your different countries, but also through this fundraiser for the Ambazonian War of Independence, as well as for humanitarian purposes related to that war, it shows that ownership of the revolution. Now, addressing the question of Abdul Karim, Cameroon, the Hague of Sea got intelligence that Cameroon doesn't only have one scheme in order to derail, in order to infiltrate, in order to crumble the revolution. Cameroon is working with the help of France and HD day in, day out on multiple fronts, both at home and abroad, in order to bring in schemes. And just like the colonial masters did in those days, when they came to our forefathers, they used them in order to subjugate us. So the schemes of Cameroon, even the infiltrators and the spies on the ground, I think we saw the unfortunate event in Bamenda with the lady. Cameroon uses our own in order to infiltrate us. Abdul Karim is closely associated with the Swiss Even when he was locked up, he was taken out by the Swiss. We know Bar John Through. We know they are uncountable. These are schemes of Cameroon that they use both at the local and the international level. Cameroon has been unable to grasp up at the international level. So they are trying to see how, through whether the county, by whatever, ANAC and so on, they can create a false hope of some form of leader on ground zero that is their own choosing infiltrator. In that way, they can derail us. But we have bad news for them. The Ambazonian Governing Council and the ADF are unstoppable. If you listen to General Ivo, what he said, you will crumble, you would beat, you would do, we are like seeds. You will crumble the ADF, you will do everything, will germinate, and ADF will liberate. Abdul Karim is a classical example, not only him alone, many of them. Classical example of an infiltrator that pretends to be with you, but deep inside, with his connections to the HD, to the PIGS, to Cameroon itself. And remember, most of these guys, that is why, not to undermine what Ground Zero is doing. Most of these guys, because they are within Cameroon, they are easily coerced, whether through bribery, whether through corruption, whether through manipulation, in order to buy the agenda of the oppressor. So I think, Comrade Sufoncha, you are spot on. Sometimes when we come out, even to talk against the HD or the Coalition for Dialogue and Negotiations, is because of the intelligence that we gather, and because the AGOFC is built on truth, it's built on no compromise, no blinking, and we understand the enemy we are dealing with. We know all the schemes that Cameroon is going to employ. So when we make out statements from the AGOFC, it's because of this deep understanding and some intelligence that we've gathered. I hear for now without taking too much time.
All right, thank you so much, VP. And let me see if we have any other question here. All right, nobody has any other questions. So for right now, while we wait, if there is any person that want to ask, I'm gonna call on the deaf chair to say one or two things if he doesn't mind. Let me unmute you, Mr. Deaf Chair. All right. Deaf Chair, I've sent your request to unmute.
All right, I got it. You got me?
Yeah, we do. We can hear you.
Thank you, Madam Host. You are doing an incredible job, you and your partner. I want to thank all the executives in here from the VP and everyone who is attending this get-together, this family meeting. We come here and I see a lot of fighters. What we do here has such an impact that the time that we spend here, it is not unlike any of you running along the streets of Kimbong or Muya in Fako, defending villages that otherwise will be burned. What we do here, that is the impact you are having. So you are at war. You war to protect our people. You know, someone might sit and as some of them, and I have no doubt that in this group are mixed with black legs, or as the OGC will say, white legs. I know that they are mixed in here. And so you send a very, very powerful message. A very, very powerful message. By your presence, they are carrying the message back to the DO in Manfred that you will die for your crimes against the people of Manyu. And that same message goes to the governor in Fako and all those who uphold the supremacy of the regime in our territory. That there are hundreds of Ambazonians all over the world, ready, willing, and fighting so that not one more village, not one more home is burned to the ground. They would like for the world to look at us here and say that these people are calling for the killing of individuals. That's what they will call the world through this family meeting we are holding here. The message we are sending out is that our people and our villages are not fodders. They will not be left protected. It is our right as citizens of that country to protect our own. So the family meeting we are holding is a meeting that we are doing all to protect our own from the devastating consequences of a very brutal, very methodical war of genocide and crimes against humanity perpetrated on them. That is why we gather. That is why I see today one of our people in here standing in the protection of villages with their contribution. We look at this moment. Think, for example, what happened today in where troops of La Republique's troops and our defense forces were able to trap them and fire with wounded and casualties, pull back, and then reinforce and inserted, and our guys hit them. What are the consequences of our guys not having an AK-47 and ammunition in that AK-47? What will be the consequences of what we will be getting today in Bamenda? That's the same thing that happened in Bambili, where a pregnant woman was shot in her home. The family home burned to the ground, where people were, their homes were looted. That will be the images that will be coming out today. So we do good work here, and it is significant, and it is vital. Because let me tell you, and I really encourage us, our militancy through our contribution in the TTOF. That month in, month out is able to allocate funds for ammunition. But in gatherings like this increases capacity. Because let us take a close look at Manyu. what we do here, Manyu, the other day with the SG speaking to one of the commanders, he was traveling to another camp far away to be able to get a motor saw, to rent, to get one, to borrow one, to be able to use an engine saw. That engine saw was provided through our, that engine saw was provided through the defense budget to that unit, but it was not enough, and that is vital. So what we do today, we can increase the amount of engine saws in our units. Right there in Manyu, with 3, maybe we send 1 to Manfi, that increases their capacity. Another capacity building that we are looking at right there is to insert road cutters, 3 road cutters. Now, if I'm looking at the budget for that, that is close to $6,000. But those are vital, because with a road cutter, at some point, our boys cannot divide themselves all over anywhere, all over the place. They will be able to bring down a road, and knowing that these guys can.
Dev Chair, I think we lost you. Okay. Dev Chair, you're breaking.
To get out of their armored cars, knowing that this capacity in protecting villages, that these guys don't come in the back road, because they will be able to be slowed down using our chainsaws. They will be able to be slowed down using our road cutters before our guys descend on them. So we need to do that. We also need around those areas, all of the units, to be able to have at least 3 pairs of walkie-talkies, communication between them. Now, events like this are very critical. And one of the things that I am saying, we just look like what happened as the senator from Mezam was talking about Shapiro and the death that we had when our forces went back to pick up the material. For forces like that, you keep one that is just behind somewhere, just viewing the area with a walkie-talkie. They cannot be using cell phones. So that as Shapiro and the rest are approaching to pick up from those materials, they might be able to identify that, these guys have new troops on the ground. So don't approach. So those are the type of little things that save our forces on the ground. And I am really hopeful with the amount of fervor that I have seen these our town halls, what I call family meetings, and the generosity, and I will not say generosity, the fight, because I put it as fight, the fight you guys are putting up to defend our villages and our communities from a terrorist genocidal regime. So thank you, Madam Host. I will yield for now.
Thank you so much, Dev Chair, and I, just want to add that we all are hopeful that someday we will, definitely see a free Ambazonia, and I think that's why, one of the reasons that we come in here bi-weekly, to talk about the issues happening within the revolution. So thank you for, putting that out there succinctly.
Don't worry, Madam Host. I know that I come here sometimes and I go to bread and butter issues. And I don't bring the ice cream issues. But let me be very frank. We are stronger today than we were yesterday.
Absolutely.
Our reach is wide. And these events are making us our foot stronger and surer on the ground. And it is an incredible, let me not say joy, but an incredible optimism that I see the fabric of defense that is being built, how strong it is. Look, there is no one day on earth that La République would defeat us in a war. We have every battle that we have fought, we have defeated them. In just my conversation the past 2 weeks with one of our commanders on the ground, what he indicated in a fight, a very serious fight, and this just goes to show the increased capacity that we are able to deploy now on the field. Because what he told me was that normally when they go to battle, you always know the sound of La République and you always know their sound. Because La République will be shooting 100 bullets a minute. But they themselves, they are like snipers. They are picking pop, trying to pick because they have to guard what they have in their pocket, their ammo. But he said the battle that they had, mano a mano, and he started laughing. That at the end of the day, La République start turn into them because they could hear La République start shooting pop to like the one who had. That is how the capacity we have increased. That our boys don't go now on the field with 10 bullets in their pocket. They go with 50, 100, 15 of them. So that La République bring it, they bring the heat, they bring the heat also. And he was saying that in that battle, they were going with the armored cars that La République abandoned because of that. They were already going, some of them, to enter and drive it to our bases. That we would have been talking and we will have those armored cars under them. But it's the guys that had moved in front to give him cover fire so that they enter the armored cars, they shot one of them. And he just told me that their life was better than the armored cars, so they had to evacuate our guys from there. So,
Right.
so that is the effect that we have directly translated onto the field. So please be confident. Be very, very confident because they cannot stand us and they will not stand us. And we have this thing in our hands. We have it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Dev Chair. And I just want to, also say that these boys are so innovative, with regards to the fact that they can, we have the Ivoline that they just made, and they, if it's called, is it called Ivoline? But we do have the Ivoline that these guys just made, and with all the popcorns that they are producing and strategizing and putting it in different places, and just so that they can defend our women and children, defend homeland. So we are definitely proud of these young men and women who are putting their lives in front of a barrel of a gun to make sure that we all have a free Ambazonia. And thank you so much for guiding these young men and women so that they can facilitate our entry into Ambazonia. Thank you so much, Dev Chair. We are coming to the end of this.
Thank you, Madam Host. Every defense official that is here, please be looking at the time.
Right.
Looking at the time.
All right. Thank you. You all have heard the Dev Chair.
Yeah, is that a threat we're
You know that my words can be taken anyway, so that when I everybody is surprised.
There is a question here from Facebook. I don't know if it is still necessary because the question I've been waiting for some time.
Please go ahead.
Okay, the question.
But we will be rounding up soon, though. So yeah.
The question should be maybe to the VP. The person asking the question is Rafael Tafaril. How is the AGOVC/ADF doing to strengthen the alliance between SESECO IG and AGOVC/ADF, as this is the winning combination? Boom.
All right, Biffy, over to you.
All right. Thank you so much, comrade, for looking through Facebook to bring that question. I think many Ambazonians have the same question. See, our collaboration with the IGK is on a project by project or endeavor by endeavor basis. It is a collaboration where the things that we agree on, we jointly do it. The ones we don't agree on, we don't fight each other. It is a strategic collaboration. As the CIC just said before, we are working hard in a way that when we get our independence, we don't become the next South Sudan. There are certain people that you would need them, maybe not during the revolution, but at post-independence. And we fully believe that the IGK, even though there is no relationship, even within your own household, without hurdles, we believe that the collaboration with the IGK is working. And when it comes to how does the ADF collaborate with the IGK, we collaborate with them in order to make sure that civil disobedience, in order to make sure that some tactical operations are carried out as a collaboration on the ground as well. So this is very strategic in its sense. It also helps, we are not saying from our own perspective, we know they are not as savvy in terms of the revolution as the AGOVC, but we believe they are the best alternative. They are nationalists, unlike the PIC IG or the PICs, they are more nationalist. But the point here is we have differences, but those differences are not a point of contention. It's just a difference or differences in approach, in execution. Nonetheless, we collaborate with them. They are not as strong as the ADF. So there is relatively less collaboration in terms of defense, but more in terms of diplomacy and community mobilization, because they are not even half as strong as the ADF on the ground. But I think we should support that collaboration. It's necessary. And where there are differences, please do go your separate ways. That's the nature of the collaboration, that we collaborate on a point-by-point basis. We agree where we can agree, and we go our separate ways where we have very fundamental differences. I hear.
Thank you, VP. We have great contribution, great donation here coming from the State Department. The Chief of Staff, the Foreign Affairs Department, Soja Ewane, will be supporting, donating 150 euros as follows: 50 euros for Manyu, 50 euros for Fako, and 50 euros to support the tremendous effort and the informative audios done by the OGC. Thank you very much, the State Department.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, VP. Thank you, FinDep. And also I want to acknowledge Comrade Ernest from Germany, who just made a contribution of $100.86, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, $100.86. So thank you so much, Comrade. Well received. We appreciate you. We are going to make sure that we get more Ivolines and more popcorns made by these our very innovative fighters on Ground Zero. All right, so if we do not have any more questions, we want to appreciate each other.
Sorry.
I think you went out right there, Comrade.
Comrade, before Comrade, can you hear me?
We can hear you, but you keep on going in and out. So you may want to steady your connection.
Maybe where I am, the network is so bad.
I think you're good now.
Okay, thank you. Now, now, what I was saying is that before you round up, I think the registrar will just give us a snapshot of what we collected today before you
Yes,
round up.
sir.
So that will come at the end of the meeting.
Okay.
Okay, over to you.
All right, thank you. Fellow Ambazonians, so I'm looking at my screen and we do not have any other questions from anybody or any other donations, but of course we know that you all are, fervent donors of the revolution. We want to thank you of the independence, War of Independence. So we want to thank you all for, your steadfast commitment. You know where to go. We have the TTOF.net, where most of you are, you've made your contributions or continue making your contributions. We have our Cash App, $ Ambazonia Mission. If you need PayPal, please, you can contact any one of us and we will send you the PayPal information where you can direct your donations. But before we end this, I would want to call on the VP. Let me get on to the registrar first, so that he can give us a synopsis of what we've collected so far.
Madam, this is the DEPCOM.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, DEPCOM.
Yes, I have a comrade in Canada, and he wants to give him money. So let me put him over the line for him to speak. The mic.
Yes. Well, thanks for the effort and our struggle for independence and everything. And on behalf of the Canada Mission and with Comrade Khan, the team, I would just want to pledge the commitment, as we said, not support or donation, because it's not a charity. And we doing that with the $100. And once more, we supporting all the initiative and all the efforts to improve homeland. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mike. So he's going to give $100 Canadian, and that money will be channeled through the egg of Canada. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, comrade from Canada. We appreciate your donation. Definitely going to be channeling it thoughts, where it's supposed to be. So thank you. So before I call on the VP to close out our meeting, you all have been phenomenal. Okay, I'm reading this right now. Somebody just made a $200 contribution to our fallen heroes of Mezam. Thank you, Comrade Vena. That is the person that made $200. Thank you. We appreciate every single dime that you all are putting into, our War of Independence. You all are phenomenal. But before I go ahead and ask our VP, is somebody saying something?
Yes, Madam Coordinator. Yeah, before you call the next speaker, please, I just want to make a remark there. Now, I want to advise our fellow Ambazonians that when you go onto the website to commit, ttof.net, or using any gateway that we are using for our contribution, please be very, very careful, because there are lots of clone websites and gateways out there. If you don't take proper note, you might be putting your money elsewhere, and it will not be the money will not come to us. So please be very careful and be very vigilant. Check the dot, check the commas, check everything before you commit. If you are not sure, give us a ring and we will direct you. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. That was a good information to put out there. Mr. Registrar, do you have a synopsis or, well, an estimate of what we've collected so far?
Yeah, thank you. Comrade Bernard, you just announced, he didn't tell us the method he will send the money.
I think he already did through the Ambazonia
Mission. Okay.
Cash App. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I will send greetings to everyone who came in today to support. It was a great success. We have something like $5,100 if I put everything in dollars. We also know that some people will send their monies later. This is including what we have recorded down as pledges. And we know there are people who will still join us later. Thank you very much for coming, and thank you for supporting.
Thank you so much, Registrar. Ambazonians, clap for yourself. $5,100 or $5,100. That is great. We've been here for close to 3.5 hours, and you all have raised $5,000. So thank you all so much for your commitment. Thank you all so much for making sure that we have an Ambazonia where, you know, our students are top competitors when it comes to, you know, the global educational standard. Thank you all so much for wanting to see an Ambazonia with a health system that is phenomenal. Thank you all so much for wanting to see an Ambazonia with paved roads so that we can go from Manfred to Umojok, or from Manfred to Mancon with no glitches or no hitches. So thank you all so much for joining us today. But before we close out, I'm going to call on the VP of the AGovC to sign us out of this meeting. Mr. VP, over to you.
There is somebody talking to you. Excuse me, VP, sorry, talking to you on Facebook. He says he's Asobo George, that he will give you a ring, or you remind him to pay his pledge.
Oh, okay, man of God Asobo. Yes, I will. All right. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Abu Free and other co-hosts. With protocol duly respected, the chairman of the War Council, FINDEB, DEBCOM, all of you guys, all the coordinators that have enabled us to have this successful meeting. But also a special thank you all to all of you that have supported financially, emotionally, even time-wise and effort to look for this time within your schedule to attend this tremendous fund drive for Fako and Manyu, which is in its second gears today. We did the first one for Fako and Manyu 2 weeks ago. What I can tell you is that the soldiers, with your support, the soldiers are shooting as if there is no tomorrow. I think you've heard from the deaf chair how our soldiers have the drive. They are bold now because they know they have the resources. They know they have what it takes. And we have mastered Cameroon in a way that we know where to puncture them. The deaf chair has briefed all of you in that regard. What you rest assured is that the months ahead will be determining, as the Sikh has told all of us here before, that last night he was briefed on the Sunshine Project. That in itself is going to lift the total takeover to a different level. You have to be reminded that our movement, the AGovC, remains very faithful. It remains very dedicated to our cause, despite the many hurdles that we've had. We even believe, and strongly so, that some of these hurdles, they provide us with the experience, they provide us with the intelligence in order to navigate and successfully surmount hurdles in the future. As the president said, most of the time, a revolution, a quest for freedom is not a walk in the park. So expect that we'll face challenges, but one thing you should remain sure is that your movement provides hope, not only for you, but for the 8 million Ambazonians on ground zero, in ground one, in the bushes, and even in neighboring Cameroon. And that we are defiant and we are confident that we will give Cameroon a knockout blow, even though we will face challenges along the way. Some days you wake up and you are filled with joys, but other days you wake up and you kind of just feel so sad. That's the nature of the revolution. You should prepare for all of these days. You should also trust in your leadership in the AGovC and the ADF. They are not the type that can be bribed. They are not the type that can blink. They are not the type that can succumb because we know Cameroon. We know the doors that can crumble Cameroon. It's only a matter of time before our freedom is achieved. We are going to increase the cost of occupation. We are going to demoralize Cameroon soldiers and make Cameroon crumble under its own physics in Ambazonia. The triad approach under the guises of targeted diplomacy, self-defense, and community mobilization, it's stronger today than we were 2 months ago, thanks to your efforts. Thanks to other Ambazonians' efforts that they've done over the past 3 months in order to commit to TTOF. And as Findeba said, your constant commitment, it doesn't matter even if it's a tenner or a fiver, your constant commitment makes sure that our boys and girls on the ground have the constant supply of material that they need in order to defend our land. And bear in mind that even though you are not on the ground fighting, you are a soldier of the revolution. Your time, your effort, your sacrifices provide another hinge for them to use in order to crumble the occupier. You are free, know that in your heart. I know that within the Ague of Sea, we are practicing, as the president has said, exactly the kind of system that we want to put in place when we get to Boya. And that talk of leadership up and down, there is only one leadership to prosecute the revolution, and that is in the Ague of Sea, because they understand the enemy. They have researched, they have done their homework, and they understand the international system. They understand our people, they know the terrain, and our boys are determined. Thank you so much, and go home and be proud of a future Ambazonia. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. VP. Ambazonians, thank you all for joining us today. You've heard the VP. There is nothing more I can say or add to that wonderful closing statement. So thank you all. You all stay safe for our defenders of women and children on the ground. Stay safe. We love what you're doing. We are definitely going to continue supporting in your efforts to free Ambazonia. So thank you all. Have a blessed day and remain hopeful.
We
Bye.
no go tire, holy water day. Holy water day. We no go tire, holy water day.
We no go tire.
Holy water day. Hey, hey, holy water day. We no go tire.
Holy water day, we no go tire.
On the last day, when your body come, whether you be home
Tune the song nice, no, Mama Wale. Tune the song nice,
Bye, everyone.
on the last day, when Amber go come, whether you be Shiroma, you must go. The last day, whether you be Pobia, you must go. Shake your body, kalala. Shake your body, kalala. You must go.
Where you get a start, you get an end. Whether you be phobia, you go one day. When I did revolution move you, one day you go.
Oh, everybody, thanks.
Ambazonians.
That woman, whether them in the revolution move, you must go.
Must go.
For beach man, oh.
I think we don't see for put them for Facebook now a good idea. So next time we'll really go to Facebook. Thank you very much, Comrade Edwin.
I'm on Joe.
You did us a good. Hey, Ba.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ogachumumbomo. That's it, sister. Thank you very much.
Nah, time for
Okay, thanks everybody. Bye bye. Have a blessed day. Stay safe.
Bye bye.
Bati from view, Nico Fatu no.
Abong, abong.